mobile fans. Gear up for an exciting second edition to PMEWL Season 2 this October, following the conclusion of the first one in March, the PMEWL 2 Mid-Season Showdown. Mark your calendars for the epic kickoff on October 9th. Prepare to be part of this extraordinary event where 32 powerful teams will embark on a high-stakes journey, chasing a grand prize of $7,000 and a substantial 80,000 UC. This tournament spans for 3 weeks, which include multiple stages and fierce competition that will keep you on the edge of your seats. This time, the two formidable regions, Turkey and CIS, will be going head-to-head, adding a sense of rivalry and excitement to this tournament. The tournament has been carefully designed with multiple phases to intensify the competition. Without further delay, let's explore it in detail. Phase 1, the tournament's opening stage, will feature 32 teams divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 16 teams. The top 4 teams from each group secure their golden ticket to the finals. Teams ranking 5th to 8th in each group will forge their way to Phase 3 to continue their journey. But for the bottom 8 teams in each group, they're not out of the race. They will compete again in Phase 2. As for Phase 2, you'll witness the 16 teams that fought their way through Phase 1. Only the top 2 teams here will secure a direct passage to the finals. Teams ranking 3rd through 10th, they're not done yet. They'll advance to Phase 3, which is the last chance to reach finals. However, the teams ranking from 11th to 16th are eliminated. In Phase 3, the competition continues as the 16 teams from both Phase 1 and Phase 2 compete together for the last chance to enter finals. Only the top 6 teams will secure their spot to the final. As for the rest, they are eliminated. And now, the Grand Finals, where the climax unfolds. Only 16 teams earned this spot, comprising 8 from Phase 1, 2 from Phase 2, and 6 from Phase 3. Who will seize the moment, claim the title, and dethrone the reigning champions Galatasaray Esports? Stay tuned to catch all the updates and exciting moments of PMEWL 2 Mid-Season Showdown. Ice Queens Unleashed.
Welcome everyone here for the second day of the second phase here at the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown. My name is Highland Wolf. I'm joined by Neptura, of course, beside me. Neptura, we got to see our bottom 16 teams from the groups battle it out for their last chance survival yesterday. They've got one more day where the bottom only the top 10, teams should I say, go through. The bottom teams will be eliminated. It's high stakes today.
It definitely is, Wolf. I'm super stoked to see what we've got going because we did see a lot of improvement from some of these teams. I think Wild Pixies were a massive surprise coming into the final couple of games. They're topping the leaderboards right now. So I'm super excited to see how teams are actually responding to that in general. I think it's going to be a very interesting, very telling night tonight.
Yeah, I definitely think that we've had a couple of those teams begin to get themselves settled, begin to also top ourselves on the leaderboard. We also, I think, had a very varied mix of success from a lot of these different teams. Yeah, sure. There are a couple that are going to need to pick it up today, but it was very exciting. As we jump into as our schedule says here, our final day of Phase 2, Phase 3, and the finals. If you're wondering where those teams have gone in the top 8 of each group, we'll see the 5th to 8th place in Phase at our top 10, and also we will see our finals teams later on in the tournament for the 23rd and 24th. So those top teams from the group stage, they already get that direct pass through to fight for $7,000, 80,000 UC, and of course the title of champion.
They do indeed. Yeah. So Galatasaray were the champions for season 2. They are here in in the mid-season showdown. So it's going to be interesting to see how in those finals. But that's something y'all are going to have to wait for because right now we're in Phase 2. And yeah, there you see it. Wild Pixie, they're up there, 42 points on the board. But you're also seeing TPES and White 1 point away from each other and not that far behind number 1.
Yeah, this was, I think, some of the variation that we saw was Wild Pixie. That team, they were they were at the bottom of their group in the Phase 1 stage. Then in that last couple of games, I think Wild Pixie, ever since Sanhok, it's been that map that changes people in the night. They were able to come out with something fabulous. That final chicken dinner at the end of yesterday too. TPS Esports, they were struggling, I think, as well towards the end of the day, which is why I think you see definitely the end of the Thursday standings fairly low. Definitely TPS could have, I think, really raised that number alongside White. Question mark, $1 Million Babies were another one of those two teams that we also see with their chicken dinners being able to raise themselves in those final few games. Bonfire Female, our other chicken dinner winner yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting to see as well that all of them are, in fact, all those winners are very, very close to each other. So it's they all had the same sort of day, a win each, and fairly consistent, a couple of bad games here or there. What's really interesting that I've kind of just noticed, the Wolf, is look at 7th, 8th, and 9th. So far, they're coming into tonight all on 30 points. So they have a whole lot to play for because, of course, only the top 10 will be going through onwards into the tournament. So we are looking at KMG Esports fighting for 2 points behind, us trying to keep it 2 points behind Slytherin, and they're all tied up there. So it is very, very close right now, and only 5 games. I mean, I can't imagine the kind of pressure these girls are feeling.
Yeah, definitely 5 games to change their fate, though, here in Eptura. They gotta be able to show us something, because if they don't, they are leaving us. Only those top teams that we mentioned before will be able to go through, really prove themselves once again, of course, after only 1 day break tomorrow. Long road for these ladies. The top 5 vote eliminations, those doing the most successful when it comes to the ranking, fully there from Wild Pixies, no surprise to see. I also think Balance is one of those ones on the top 5 that we don't really get to see a lot of, but she is definitely very capable of, as you can see here, taking down names.
Yeah, definitely. She was really fun to watch yesterday. She was doing a lot of really good work for her team. Yeah, and it was nice to also see Lisa up here, in group, in her group in phase 1. We were seeing a lot of Lisa end up going out very early. So she is a player who is known very well amongst the community. So it is nice to see her doing a little bit better there. Linu as well, stepping up for Slytherin. Yeah, it's really nice to see all these girls, but Fully, I think, is doing super well, and she's just got to keep that consistency going now.
Definitely got to. I think don't give it up in these final 5 games. I mean, Wild Pixie, yeah, I think they've showed us what they can do. They still got to prove it. One of these ladies, for our final 5 matches, a lot can still change. And when we talk about those 10 matches, I think around now, 40 points would still be the cutoff that we would expect by the end of today around that top 10 mark. So they definitely still need to pick up some points. We've seen disasters happen already in this tournament, and it's not over yet.
It is not indeed. Map schedule, though, is going to be same as we've been seeing the last few days. Wolf, what are your thoughts on tonight's Sanhok? Are we going to be seeing the same pattern as we've seen every day so far? What's your thoughts?
I think, yeah, there is a case of being made, right? Sanhok has definitely been a case for change in terms of how these ladies operate, how these teams play, going through into those final Miramar around games. I think as we move into these games, right, we're definitely looking towards Erangel and Miramar being a bit more controlled in the early game, especially Sanhok, actually, as well. These ladies were fighting, I think, for the first time, I would say, without their research really being fully there, some of them, in those first initial matches. So now they will be hoping to utilize what they've learned yesterday to be able to survive a bit better in the early game, have a bit more awareness about where these ladies will be dropping as well. I'm curious in Erangel. Sovnovka has been one of those locations that only the Lakers went for in both games, where there was definitely a case for maybe 2 teams, possibly 3, it can host it, to fight or even loot up a case, of course, around into that South Island. Curious to see if any teams will look towards the Novo, which is technically open.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I think, day 1, they're generally not, research, but perhaps they go, there's going to be other teams going there, so we're not going to. Hopefully, if they've looked back on the stream, they will realize that no one actually went there. We should be seeing a couple of teams moving there if they want. I mean, as long as there's not a contest every single time they're dropping at their location, they're probably quite happy to stay where they are. But I would like to see a little bit more adaptability, perhaps, to some of these zones, of a few more taking some secondary spots that they're not taken. Yeah, I think see, it's the last day. A lot of these teams have everything to play for and nothing to lose. So it would be interesting to see those teams in particular switch things up a bit.
Yeah, I think definitely going to be exciting to see what these teams can do to, of course, switch it up. We are switching up into our first game straight away here. A playing path that definitely would eye up that NoHo location that we're just talking about. I think also a case to be made there for some of those teams to be also moving into Lipovka and the likes. We saw a bit of a contention around that area. I think if you wanted to, the more northern areas, I think we saw a few of those teams also look towards Stalba. So potentially there is a case to be made where those teams would be competing on more of that western line. The quarry was one of those locations when I'm thinking about it now actually as well, right, that we mentioned. That's one of those spots that I think really would favor teams coming into the game, especially given, of course, the hillsides that you've got on the north and towards that more eastern end of Quarry. And overlooking Gatka, as I said yesterday, really would be a favorable position, considering that a lot of those teams in Phase 1, if the zone doesn't end up going there, do rotate nearby Quarry in some way, and would be able to track a lot more of those teams on their rotations.
Yeah, definitely. It would definitely be a good spot to take now with this new zone coming in, but it does look like everybody's kind of each to their own. I'm not sure what's going on with Yakut over there. They generally are on their own, and yet they have decided, or somebody has decided to land kind of on top of them there, so we'll have to see who that is. I believe that's, oh no, KMG is over there, and Bonfire? I'm not sure what's going on. I can't really read that. NTX, yes, that's what it is. Lakers again, only ones on the island, but this time I mean that's kind of fair. Everybody's kind of gone to the left side, and so that's actually going to work out for them this time.
Yeah, NTX, I think, have really decided that they need to throw something at the window and hope it sticks, realistically, because what they've been doing right now is been jumping through the window and not into anything good. So they need to be able to pick up some points here. Hoping for NTX that they can definitely show us something. Starting off, quite frankly, with 4 players, just going to say is a good something, because they definitely did struggle yesterday without having that full squad.
Yeah, I mean, you always are going to, aren't you? I mean, some only really the very, very best, I think, really don't. It doesn't matter if you have 3 or 4, but that takes a lot of experience, a lot of everything. You know, a lot of these. Oh, the KFC place. I have to go. I haven't gone yet. Do the KFC thing. But yeah, I think yeah, it's a much better opportunity for them. They've made sure to keep that full squad a priority, and we'll just have to see. I think we could be seeing right off the get-go, as you were saying, some teams really start to push up against these more successful teams just because they have nothing to lose and they only have 5 games to get that top 10 with. So definitely NTX has the right idea here, I think. Certainly because they don't have that many points. So we will be looking at them really actually getting into Yakut's, being a thorn in Yakut's side here. They want this spot. They keep looking at him, but it's not going to be happening. Crystal knocks one down and finishes. So Yakut now off on 3.
Yeah, Yakut here, definitely going to be a good sign for them. Unfortunately, it has to happen here. Sorry, should I say good for NTX, but unfortunately it has to happen to someone here. Yakut going to struggle. Around the very pure side, I think you can see they are just very split, whereas NTX actually focused on that solo player. So they're going to be able to naturally take out one of these players. I'm hoping now that as this fight potentially develops, Yakut are going to be able to show us a bit more of their experience over NTX that we've seen so far in the tournament, and be able to look for these longer lines and extend maybe into a knock themselves. You can definitely see NTX are giving a position away, but as Yakut will give also that information away with the spray, I believe that NTX here may understand that they are being looked at from multiple angles, and hopefully start to move carefully back outside of the fight with the loot that they've got and that elimination as well.
Yeah, I think that would be their best bet potentially here. I understand wanting to go for that fight. At the moment, Yakut are not really putting up that much of a strong show of force here. So I think probably NTX either are feeling confident that they can do this, or they're getting rolled into a
Yeah.
false sense of security by Yakut. It could go either way, to be honest.
It's
Yakut
not
definitely pushing in, wanting this.
Yeah, it's not an easy fight. It's a bit complicated here. I think the side of Fiana really has the complex factor in this engagement. You can't engage Fiana unless you find that long-range knock, so she's actually pretty safe here. It's a 2 at the front they really need to be able to push in an angle where Fiana can be effective as well. Because Akami, they can lure, as we can see here, NTX further forward. We've got also that other angle of the player, but look at where they're looking. They're not actually angling a position. Of course, you want to look at teams around you. Realistically, no one's going to be diving onto Fairy Pier at this moment, so it makes it a bit weird that they're not really focusing more on this team fight and looking for a better position.
Oh dear. There we go. Fiano getting one now. We're going straight back over, just as they weren't doing a whole lot. Yeah, they've kind of gotten surrounded by Yakut here, and I think NTX have been drawn in by Fiano. They're trying to get that sort of short range a little bit more, but now you are seeing a little bit of a surround. This is really well played. This is a nice slow play by Yakut.
Yeah, I really like the position of Disamy. I think it actually closes off the triangle, the pincer you've got going on. Also, Fiano is just playing really well. If Fiano gets picked, this position immediately falls apart because you don't have that extra really wide off angle that is stopping NTX from these movements. I mean, you can see they tried to go Fiano. This was their biggest mistake, 2 of them splitting up here. They needed to still stay as a 4-man team and be able to push one of these players such as Disamy here. While they're 2-2, it may work, but it's much more risky, as you can see. Disamy definitely has potential to outplay here.
Really does. Oh, nice return knock, though. That's what they needed to get out of there. It is going to be a costly fight, though. I think they really just need to kind of make a run for it as much as possible, but they are making some good aim, some good shots back over onto Yakut. This could actually end up saving them. They are going to go for that one res. They can't go for the other, but Yakut have decided it's just time to push.
Yeah, I think Yakut here, they've done what they needed to. Fiano is going to go down finally. A bit of an over-aggression here. I think you could definitely have waited a bit longer for Akame also to come around the opposite angle, so it would guarantee that you get this kind of 1v1 going on. Now they're also going to have that heal. They have the smoke. They don't have any throwables. You can see it's really going to be a thorn in the side because you could have definitely thrown it outside of that window and gotten rid of your extra run. Now they're not also going to be able to get their own revive off. We're going to lose potentially one here as they step up. And now NTX, for all it is worth, for all the mistakes that they made at the start of the fight, they are moving in with 3. And without those extra engagements of the throwables, yeah, Yakut will fall. NTX, they, I think, had the wrong idea in the engagement of Yakut. Yakut did a good punish, but then Yakut also got definitely way too drawn in to finish that fight. They needed to continue to play that slow.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It was a really good start. It was very nicely played at the beginning there. They just overcompensated a little bit for that initial knock. I think NTX's original mistake was to let go of that high ground. They all went into kind of those compounds for that hard cover, but then that allowed the opposite player over onto the eastern side rather, to have that high ground. So that was their initial mistake, but they did recover. Yakut were not able to just keep that solid pressure going. I think it was one of those plays that you just could not get knocked in, and they ended up getting knocked. So well done to NTX for those sprays. I think they were very accurate with that, and that was nice to see. But they just made that out by the skin of their teeth just a little bit. It was a good adaptability, I guess, to bounce back from that sort of mistake.
Yeah, you also got a few of these other teams coming in. That zone did wrap a bit towards the northern side. KMG, I think, definitely can look towards that Wizard Tower. Would be a real ideal location around that bridge that a team wants to take charge of. Also, the hill behind the compound is a secondary angle or position. Also, definitely could work. I wouldn't be surprised to see KMG actually avoid those 4 houses and the Wizard Tower in that location. Judging that they would understand more teams behind them are also going to be on their way. So opting maybe for that high ground position could actually be a better spot here for them to not get trapped in between wood squads.
It could indeed. Women Moment actually been here for quite a while. They got this 2-2 split going, which is interesting. But we haven't seen a whole lot of them. They've managed to stay in the same spot. And kudos to them because they've got a good spot here. The zone has gone their way. NTX deciding not to go through Lakers, which is a fair spot, to be honest. I think they're going to have to go around to the West Coast. If that's their plan, then I'm all for it. I like rotations. I like the West Coast, so it's a win-win for me.
Yeah. Yeah, but look at their healing. It doesn't exist. So whatever his blue damage is going to do to these teams, they got to make sure they aren't inside of it for that long. Because, yeah, sure, it's only phase 1, phase 2. We usually say you can heal it out. But because, yeah, they were in that fight for so long, they barely got any loot. Remember the size of the location they were looting up? It really was nothing. So, actually...
Yeah.
To be honest, yeah, they are going to really have to be careful here in terms of picking it back up. I'm really concerned of do NTX, yeah, get those eliminations, but fall out very quickly after this now.
Yeah, that would be a real shame because they need that great start to the game to continue that momentum forward. So they need as many points per game as possible, and just going out to the zone is not going to... give way to that, I think. So KYS Virtue, on the other hand, they're another team that really needs some points. They are currently tied with a whole bunch of people. No, they're 2 points behind a whole bunch of people, if I'm remembering right. So we really do want to see them continue to stick it out in this game, get some points, and be able to kind of relax a little bit more here. But we are seeing several teams now losing or two. I think these teams that are used to these larger rotations, that are used to being able to, you know, kind of relax and spread out a little bit, I think they're getting punished just a bit here. These teams are finding these solos quite a bit here.
Yeah, these solos definitely going to be an interesting move. I want to see actually these teams moving in as well on that Gatka side here as well, Neptura, as we do take a look at this zone, how those squads will be able to adapt themselves, because you can see the PNCR definitely have this very favorable high ground position. I'm also concerned that they will end up getting contested here by a fair number of these teams. Yeah, TPS could be one of them, but definitely one of those other squads in the north may end up looking later at that hillside as well if they can make it through clean enough. Those Lakers teams and NTX, as you can see, also will create a bit of the catalyst, I would say, that these other squads need. There aren't really that many spaces anymore for them all to survive. For now, I think they've managed it somehow. Stage 4, as soon as that moves, we're definitely going to see those team fights really accelerate themselves and see a lot of these players drop quite quickly.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm all for acceleration, I gotta say, Wolf. It's just a whole bunch of fun when teams start to really get aggressive right from the get-go. It gives us something to really watch and really look forward to in between games, so I'm always happy. We did see there just quickly NTX. They have made it into zone. They have gone via the land, which is interesting, but they have made it in alive. They are available for healing once they find some, at least. The zone is very interesting, though. Plays right into PNCR's hand, which is always very fun for them. They're another team that needs these points, so that is a good opportunity for them. Yeah. I would like to see KYS move up a little bit to the north, though. This they always come to this ridge, and it's just such an open position. With this kind of zone, I would prefer them to be a little bit more substantial up towards the north there.
Yeah, I definitely think that when you're looking towards the more northern side, it's realistically going to be the much stronger position for these teams. KMG do definitely have that strong side of a position for themselves in the zone. That southern side really will be contested because of how this zone has kept on shifting upwards to the northern side. Naturally, the congestion of squads has become on that sort of lower southern end. It's not to say, though, here that Women Moment are in a bit of a pickle, as here Bonfire Female have been able to arrest down Patoke, and Women Moment, they've only now just come together as that full squad to be able to look at the fight. Susu, though, could be blown up. Yeah, that was an excellent nade as MEF, or MS, should I say, does get there into the window a nade. Now it's going to be that 3v3. In fact, but maybe one moment can step out here. We have to be really careful. We do get out of the potential nade return in time. And I like that move where to be careful of the nade coming still in after. So Piper healing back up. One moment, playing it careful for now. Playing it well for now. I would like to also see them move a bit together. Help Piper out, because even a pinch is here. NTX really are going to be pinch indeed. Remember, they have not that much to work with here. They will just get taken down, though, by Lakers Monarchy quickly. And really sucks, I think, for NTX this location.
Yeah, that was such a shame. We didn't quite see what made them a solo, but it was just too much for him. Rin doing some excellent work there, finishing off Saren now. Gonna be able to get 3 eliminations. There's just 1 solo. I don't know how Bonfire have allowed this to happen, to be honest. Women Moment, they recovered well, again, as we saw with NTX, but the initial mistakes were still there. So how have Bonfire allowed this, allowed this to actually come into place right now? They were a full squad. They should have been able to really come through and take advantage of that low information of Women Moment before they ever got a chance to recover.
Yeah, and this is some of the mistakes that I think we've been seeing from these teams. I definitely think there could be some mistakes definitely being fixed. That would be one of them. Neff here as well going to struggle to get in the car. Speaking of, as women are a bit quick on the pedal. As CPS Esports also going to be catching out there. One of KYS Virtue is not quick enough. Cupquake moved outside of that door, heard the vehicle's sound, and are able to get one knock there for now. The elimination should come through. Still looking over, of course, down in the edge of this zone. Really crucial here at TPS Esports hold this position, this road, very excellent, alongside Lakers and Monarchy, trying to fight across it here. To get across this road is going to be very difficult, especially considering that there just is no vehicles available and they are out of action, to say the least. They will not be used. So getting across here by foot and by smoke, where you don't have many smokes. NTX also didn't have a lot before you have tried that push with D vehicles, but you can see how quickly it can go wrong trying to fight without any information in the zone.
Well, it especially goes wrong when when your teammate falls out of the vehicle, gets out a little too early.
Yeah, that also doesn't help.
That doesn't help. No, it really doesn't. Oh, beautiful nade, though. She knew exactly where they were. I mean, it wasn't that hard to spot, but an excellent nade nonetheless. So Slithering going to be picking up a couple more eliminations. TPS Esports, though, Lisa has been looking over onto them. She's trying to hold them off. Like you said, this is a critical position for them. And so far, they're handling it well. These other teams around them are struggling. They're all saying KYS, White, KMG. They're all up here now. We did see Women Moment go out in the end, which is unfortunate, but 4 eliminations. And I think, honestly, even if it doesn't reflect in the points, a good improvement from the last game. That adaptability is much, much better. So nice to see that coming into this. Unfortunately, though, Wolf, PNCR once again getting sidelined by the zone.
Yeah, they really are getting sidelined. His zone as well is going to move down towards the edge of that mountain. PNCR, while Pixies are probably going to be fighting here alongside this next stage, but that edge with the hill, they're still in play. That's really the position that you want at the end of his zone. The other of it is where actually $1 Million Babies are. There's a bit of a position also inside of that zone. It's not great, but it's something at this portion of the game to play for. That northern side really could send $1 Million Babies into a bit of trouble if you do see some fast movements from these teams down.
Absolutely. I do want to quickly mention, I think the way the zone has shifted, I think PNCR, it would be in their best interest. Oh, the Lakers, GG's. But I think it would be in their best interest to actually stay up there as much as possible, get as many knocks as possible, and do as much damage. Kind of ignore the zone just a little bit here. I think it's possible to do that. The only thing that's lying in their way is the Wild Pixies. they're going to have to fight them first before they can look out elsewhere, which could delay them a little bit too much. But KMG and White now going head-to-head.
Yeah, these were the quick rotations that we had to see coming through from these teams. White going to be the first to do it. They have lost already one on the engagement. They have lost the second. Mia is about to fall apart as KMG have entered the building. I think White really will struggle to finish that one through. Sliverin as well. TPS putting it in a problem here for Pew and QSE. Cupquake just doesn't have the damage though. Lisa wasn't there in time, so I would have actually liked to see Cupquake hold that position, but kind of peel back a bit for Lisa to also have that angle as well. I think really there was a position where Lisa could have come in as a surprise and TPS could have done a bit more there to be able to push in and bait Sliverin further.
That was a little bit of a false start there. I think they had such a strong going in that they could have done a little bit more with that. As you said, Wild Pixies, though, do go out just as I kind of saw them going low there. So they have not won against PNCR. I did see Onyx taking some shots against them as against PNCR rather as well. So it's nice to see PNCR doing some work, but Onyx definitely a threat to them at this point. You can see it there. Very, very close to them. So PNCR trying to do as much as possible. This hillside's really difficult though, because you are going to be seeing, KMG now looking at them. So very, very open. If you don't have those vehicles, you're kind of stuck. And the zone is sticking a whole lot more teams, Wolf, because look where it's gone, straight to the middle.
Yeah, it's really favoring Sliverin here as well, with 7 eliminations already for themselves. Sliverin, I don't know what it is about day 2 in these phases, but they always seem to come alive in the first couple games of it. We saw that in phase 1. Lisa, she's gonna see a burn away. Unfortunately, KYS Kowalski wipes her out of this first match. PNCR also still here with 3. KMG, $1 Million Babies, don't forget they still got 4 players here to work with. $1 Million Babies are going to lose that, as I say, to Sliverin, who are on a tear. But they still have 3 more. They still got the players, and that player advantage here at this point of the game really is crucial. You can see that having those 3 players is vital here for PNCR to try and get over this hillside. But Onyx, yeah, they are blind somewhat, but now they'll come over the top and see PNCR move in. I think they just have done a bit of a switcheroo here. It looked like they were going to fight, but now Onyx, if they don't get anything here, they're going to find themselves in a really bad position with the last rotating team in.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. Oh, and here comes the code as well. 600 UC, go grab it. But don't miss all the action as Onyx get absolutely pummeled to the ground. KMG finding some very opportune rocks to get behind, taking out Onyx there. They had 0 chance with that new zone. I honestly think they waited just a little bit too long. PNCR are still alive. They are in zone, and they had that rotation just a little bit earlier, but now it is Slitherin's turn to kind of feel the pressure a little bit. They are in zone, but it's a bad spot.
Yeah, Sliverin here, still inside of that 3-man here. PNCR gonna fall down though, yeah. KMG, that nade straight through them, you can see it. Sliverin needs to move a bit further on towards this ridge. You can see have a bit of an angle on top of $1 Million Babies. It's hard. They are chucking nades and the Molotovs. I'm sure that they have there for themselves as well. They're going to be later across when they need to. PUP also going down is big issue here for Sliverin because they've got this spot, but it's very vulnerable to being pushed on. If a team has a vehicle, they can definitely be able to get into this spot quickly and be able to assassinate Sliverin.
Definitely. I just love this for KMG. They have been kind of struggling, certainly to what I was expecting, compared to what I was expecting. They have been struggling, and it's really, really nice to finally see a little bit of the KMG that I know coming into this. We've got 11 eliminations on the board at the minute. It's about to be a couple more if they get these shots over onto Slitherin. They have lost 1, it is true, but down to the top 3, they're looking the strongest out of the 3.
Yeah, KYS Kowalski, big issue for the side here of KMG. They need to get this revive up. I'm not sure why they're waiting on it as much. Maybe they just have got to him now. KYS Virtue are a problem, yeah, but if they can use that vehicle, we saw they had a couple there to actually push in onto Slytherin quick enough. They could be at an angle here to definitely rush into that zone. I would say definitely go for it. Now with that knock, yeah, you might get QS here through the smoke, but they're going to go for the revive. You need to be able to push. Nuzix are going to go back onto the smoke. Here comes also KYS Kowalski. They're not going to be in line to be able to see you as that solo player. They could definitely, yeah, get in this vehicle and be able to rush into zone just now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Kowalski, though, might be a little bit of an issue when it comes to Slytherin's rotation here. She does have that high ground. It's a great spot. I tell you what, Kowalski playing this super, super well. There she goes. Lunasix gonna be have to be happy with that third place, but 14 points total, not too shabby for the start of the day. And now it is just a 1v3. The problem is that KMG are all together, so Kowalski is able to potentially get this down. They have to spread out if they want to make this more difficult for it, but they're out in the open.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? If you had a vehicle person there forward, you could actually be able to split up. You could come in from the left and right. I still want them to come from different angles. You can see here as they try to find the peak how easy it is, though, for Kowalski to be able to take down the angle. Because it didn't come from that second angle, they looked like they might be able to get it, but Kowalski caught their looting up. The push through from Sesha was still enough. I think if you did, to be fair, arguably have a stronger player in that position on the tree line, I definitely think they could have 1v3 that position. I mean, you give that extra few seconds for the zone also to come through. KMG were not in a strong spot at the end of that game.
No, they weren't. It kind of felt like they had used all their options. They had this one last desperate play, and they had gotten so many points that while it would have been a shame to kind of throw the win, it did feel like they're kind of like either we win it or we don't, and we've done enough to do well for this first game, which is fair enough in some ways. In other ways, I'm kind of like, no, you got to play that more carefully. You didn't have to rush the end of that. But KMG, a well-deserved chicken dinner. They played that so well. I mean, the amount of times we've seen that kind of zone come through and just decimate teams left, right, and center. So for them to come out on top fighting like that with that much elimination, it's really a really nice start to the game for them.
And for KMG as well, considering they were struggling slightly yesterday, I would say they definitely didn't look towards the strong KMG that we've seen in Phase 1, where we know they can be able to put out these big performances like they have this game. 23 points here and those 13 eliminations, really gonna help them secure a bit of a also between them and those bottom squads. To be fair, also for KYS Virtue, I will say that they will also need those points. And for Kowalski to sneak into that second place really was well done to be able to survive. Considering you saw 5 minutes before, KYS Virtue were struggling to get into the zone. They didn't have that many players. I think Kowalski was down as that solo for a long time in that game towards the end. So definitely props to them to be able to get to that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a very, very good job there. Slytherin as well held on a lot. I can imagine we did see a couple of pushes up towards that ridgeline because it's such a good high ground. I'm sure they had to do a lot of defending, and they did it well. You know, it was just down to that solo. They had the low ground, et cetera, et cetera. It just so happened that they did have to take that third place. But I think they did a super good job to do that. Also to mention, PNCR did what I had kind of hoped they would do. They pushed at the right time. We saw Onyx push right after them, a little bit behind them, and it just didn't work as well as PNCR's push. So you kind of see that timing is really a big factor when it comes to those kinds of pushes off the mountain. So a good job to them. As we see the match ranking points, we do see, you know, kind of a representation here. 9 eliminations from Slytherin, 5 from KYS, 5 from PNCR, 6 from TPES, but of course they go out just a little sooner. So, you know, it is a bit of a shame. Their big surprise for me, though, is Bonfire going out with 0 points.
Yeah, Bonfire really just didn't, I think, get the push for themselves well enough early on. They did struggle, I think, in that early fight, and yeah, they just got taken out. Sesha and Kowalski also around hovering close, 939 to that 1,000 damage mark. For KMG, no surprise still to see them with two fairly high damage counts here at the end of that game. They did pick up those damage numbers in towards those finals exchanges. Kowalski, Nuzix, and QSC, no surprise to see them. It's just the 5 players that we also saw from the end of that match.
It is indeed. Oh my goodness, though. Look at the damage. 24-24.
Yeah.
They got 24-24 vision. They're seeing in the future with that one. 13 eliminations. You see that, but very, very even for that damage. So they are finishing those knocks. They're getting those knocks perhaps in the zone, letting the zone finish them off. There's not a whole lot of chance for those revives. So it's the timing of those eliminations as well that will get you those points. So nice to see from them. On the other hand, you do see Slytherin with a little bit more damage. You see Lakers with a bit more damage, and you see PNCR with the same. So you do kind of see where that timing does come in. But the overall standings are out, Wolf, and they are spicy.
KMG definitely spicing it up here as we're heating it up towards Miramar. First position for themselves. TPS going to be still maintaining their second position, but Slytherin also coming there to the third position themselves. As while Pixies gonna drop down to that 4th spot. They did have a difficult game here coming in. Yeah, I think while props to them, they can come back. Their position in this leaderboard, they get a few more points. I think they definitely already secured themselves from this first day coming through.
I mean, it would be great to see them come in like that, that bottom place in their group back up into like top 5 for the next group would be really, really nice to see.
Yeah,
it's so
the
interesting to
confidence.
see KMG. Yeah, but it's so interesting to see KMG at the top there because they were 13th, I think, coming into tonight, and they've just soared up to the very top of the leaderboard in just one game. So it really is a testament to how close it is. The top 5 eliminations, though, Wolf looking very close as well, but we are starting to see Sesha move a little bit away.
Yeah, you can definitely see, right, because of that one movement of 23 points, that lobby is very close. I think there are a few teams really struggling here, which also have had it make sure to move to the point where these bottom teams are also giving more points towards the top. So that definitely will have an effect here. Now, sure, as we move on into those later points into the games tonight. On the other hand, though, we are also going to be looking at Miramar as we do move on into these future games here. We got to see what they can do. I am being told we're going to go to a break right now, so we will see you on the Miramar map later after a short break. welcome everyone here to now game 2 of Miramar, as we will be heading to Miramar for phase 2 of the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Highland Wolf, and also Neptura here beside me. Miramar, as we said, is next on the cards here, Neptura, and we saw yesterday teams really, I think, struggle when it came to the initial rotations of Miramar. I also believe that we saw a bit better play overall from these teams when it came to the later portions of the game. They, for sure, looked like they had a bit more control. Now, also with some of those top teams gone, still some things here to be seen.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you're making a great point about, kind of not wanting those teams to have some issues in those early rotations. We saw that a lot coming into yesterday. Definitely another one that I'm going to be talking to the teams quite strongly about just now is stop fighting those red buildings in Picado. It did you no good. I think it was Onyx and Lakers, and both of them went out early. So just stop yourselves. There's no need.
Yeah, and this also happened the same time around Fenerbahce and before you as well. Before you are also guilty of this. It is something that they for sure should not be allowed to do. Moving into this next game, they have to avoid it. If they don't, I really worry that they're going to struggle overall. You can see while Pixies, they're gonna move past them over. Yeah, sure. I think without also Fenerbahce, it's a good read here for not Fenerbahce, should I say, Galatasaray. That was the team that before you were playing against. Without them, before you should have an easier time inside of Picado, so they will get that to themselves. They just have to be careful of dropping in there and looting up a bit slow. We've seen teams also be guilty of this in this tournament so far, where they need to be able to loot a little bit quicker and be able to move out of that compound and to avoid these teams with this zone who will naturally be coming into Picado and those hills as the entrance point into stage 1.
Ooh, some nice shots coming in over there. Just going to be saying, oi, this is ours. Stay away, back off, find your own turf. Yeah, no, I do agree, though. We're seeing a lot of teams that are, in fact, moving a little bit too slowly for my liking. I think they just making it a little bit too relaxed in that early phase. That might even be contributing to those early losses on those rotations because of the mindset, they're not ready for the game right up front. But are you guys ready for this UC code? That's what I want to know. Type in chat if you're ready for it. If you lost it, because it's easy to lose. It's first come, first serve, and there's only one of them going around for this game. So 600 buckaroonies in UC, of course, gonna be yours if you can go grab that. Wait, no, there's more. 1800 UC. Wolf, who's gonna grab that? It's gotta be one of us if these guys don't.
It's like an auction. I know, it's an auction, man. Yeah. Anyone for 600, anyone for 1800, anyone for a raise on 1800. Going once, going twice. I'm going to put a code in. That's when it's gone. If you don't, home. NTX, not home here in this compound themselves. So PNCR Destiny also around the Minas Generales side. And really not great position for NTX. I think they're probably gonna fall down here. You're looking at likely PNCR cleaning up that solo player. Yeah, Osmeg could be a position there. They could try to also take one. Zeshus with that knock though, and now with the third player coming in, as long as Osmeg doesn't get caught, they should be able to have a position back in with a 3-man here, an entrance into the fight. Sadai is also going to get behind the hillside. They're not going to crash for now. And PNCR, I was going to say that it definitely was a opportunity for them here in this fight to be able to pick up several different elimination points. But with that knock that they had initially, that for sure turns the tides and allows NTX here to take an angle into it.
Yeah, really nice. Again, adaptability from NTX. I was going to mention that perhaps it was a bit of a lack of adaptability, a lack of judgment there for them to actually land in the way that they did, considering they would have seen that PNCR were there. So I would have preferred them to kind of group up a little bit more, adapt very quickly to that. But so far, they're looking pretty good. I mean, that was a great knock onto them. They just have to get, they really rallied. My problem is that they've allowed one of the PNCR players to get up above them again. But again, a really nice knock here. Just as they get one up, another falls. So looking good. They do seem to be holding their own. My only problem is I'm not sure that they should have really pushed in. They should have used that knock to kind of push out.
Yeah, they definitely should have used that knock to be able to push out a little bit more. The biggest mistake that NTX also made here was that, yeah, they did end up struggling to, I think, solidify also a position on this top side. You can see PNCR is going to have that wraparound, and I was keeping my eyes on it. I also really love that Zeshis has moved over to this sort of, what would you call this? It's a little bit of an outhouse here that they've got for themselves with a staircase and the raised platform. That's it, raised platform. That's the word I'm looking for. English is PNCR. Yeah, English sometimes okay. Like, we were discussing it in the break about the different ways that we can use English to explain things. So forgive us if we are also keeping that in mind. As Onyx, they are going to have a 1-for-1 trade for now. Just going to be a trade of players. The elimination does come through, though, from Onyx Esports. And they will also look to now make that revive. Agnesa and co on their way to make that move onto the elimination, catch him out on a second. Is NTX also coming through for the back? I'm not sure Aluka's caught it. Yeah, they only now notice it. As that was a nice wraparound. They will punish PNCR Destiny for it. And PNCR here, Neptura, they looked decent when it came to that first phase of the tournament. This second phase, really, they have been struggling yesterday and now clearly today as well.
Yeah, it's been odd. They continue to look strong and then kind of seem to fall apart a little bit there. So, not sure what's going on with PNCR there, but I gotta say, NTX, again, they keep making those initial mistakes and then bouncing back. That's two different teams now they've done that against. It's not been a full wipe this time onto PNCR, but it's close enough. They did lose 2. It is a worse off result than certainly the Erangel was, but for now, it is going to have to do, and you know what, they're not out yet, so a pretty good fight from them.
Yeah, and around the mid game as well is where they have struggled equally in this game here in Neptura, in this tournament, should I say. So they really do have to be careful on how they now make that move. With only 2 players on Miramar, the rotations are going to be extremely difficult because you don't have those extra players to have used or in a way a sacrifice if you need in a car rotation to scout out the location, or as a way to use multiple players to create more space around you as you move into those zones if you know that there are players there already. So only 2 players will for sure hinder them. I am curious, so if they can be careful and understand that those later rotations, or even if they wish to, an earlier rotation in could also work for themselves. They will also have to take a bit of a pit stop on that movement in. They definitely do not have also the loot inside of their pockets for now with that 1 contested compound to be able to survive a longer Miramar skirmish that we could see coming out here.
Yeah, but I tell you what, who else doesn't have a whole lot of stuff going on is White. I mean, I've just been watching their kind of their loot situation going on here. Very, very little to speak of. Oh, car montage. She got it stuck on the ridge. Classic Miramar. Oopsie daisy. But Mia's here to be fine and heal up and get her car and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, the heals just aren't really all there all that much. So bit of a yikes coming in from them, especially with KYS right on the heels. But we have to see how that goes. Yakut now, Lakers as well as DLR, all three on these hills. So they're looking to make those positions early, get that foundation going. But Lakers having that foundation be a little bit wobbly for now.
Lakers do have to be careful. They won't make that same mistake again. Futaba will get themselves back up. Not a problem here for Lakers for now. It is just an exchange of information from both teams. Stage 2, I'm curious at whether it has actually shifted up overall. Is KYS Virtue going to meet them through the window side? Is that will just be one falling straight away down? BNCR also going to lose themselves in this game as they too will find the solo removed. Lakers Monarchy back up as well with a Kulka on their far side. There is a bit of a pincer going on here, and before you can see them trying to position to maybe punish, but also keep an eye here, back onto $1 Million Babies. KYS Virtue do survive that engagement versus their opponents around the position there. So also will be able to take down PMCR, be able to move further forward. $1 Million Babies just going to hold up here in the position. We're starting to see a few of these teams hold their position now. The loot definitely isn't something fully finished yet. There is some finishing of the looting phase to be desired, and I'm surprised to see teams setting down so early, especially inside of the second phase. You could definitely be waiting on the stopping and getting that strong point in the third phase, especially with how the zone has been going and how his teams have been adapting to the zones. A lot of these teams really don't come into the center of the zone until that third or fourth phase even. So you would have more time naturally here to be able to loot up. And this is also something I'd admire from before you there, where they could have got sucked into that fight versus Lakers, like Lakers versus Million, but they don't. They continue on their way to loot up.
Yeah, that's really nice. I think we're seeing from a couple of teams here, actually, we're not seeing so much loot coming in from these teams, which is odd because they've had plenty of time. They all went to pretty well-looted areas, particularly someone was up in the military camp way up to the north there, which is really got some prime loot stuff up there. So yeah, I think it is kind of odd we're seeing a lot of grayed out items in these girls' inventory. So I would like to see perhaps a little more dedication to some better loot before we get into this. But we definitely do see a lot of teams deciding the zone is going to be centering up. TPES actually have just managed to get into zone now. So we've still got Slytherin there. We've still got a couple of teams just making their way in. And the zone is kind of going to go, psych, we're going over here now. White could have a perfect chance to grab that bridge first.
We're really surprised as well that teams hadn't looked towards that Monte Nuevo side as well. They weren't looting up any of these teams Monte Nuevo initially. Now, this could have happened off screen. We were a team, and I understand that given their situation, they might have known that it might have been looted up. Here is NTX. They'll at least be able to loot up here KYS Virtue of that body, as they might not even go for it. They're looking to try position for another elimination, a bit eager, as they are already on their way out. TPS also simultaneously moving into the zone in their own way, further towards the easterly shift we saw it go to for stage 3. It was a fairly hard shift as well, and more so particularly towards that more open space of land that we saw just below the hillside of Picado. Definitely would say that it's a great position here for TPS to hold. It is contested, and Yakut here came behind, and they cannot be able to stop themselves to get the rest of the members in. Unfortunate, Yakut really are going to have a really strong position here inside of his zone with that compound, or that building, I should say, that they have. And here TPS trying to find something else, but you notice the problem, right? It's all now beginning to be taken by these squads moving in. Stage 3 has been here for a hot minute, and yeah, they just don't really have that much to their name. They will at least find this building here for themselves. It's a bit difficult to control, I would say, this building for 2 people. It is slightly bigger. At least it does have some loot in it, though. So that is the silver lining to an otherwise difficult rotation for them.
Yeah, it's just kind of heartbreaking, right, for TPES rather, because that zone went, no, not the zone, because their duo were in trouble. They needed help quickly, but when we actually panned over to the rest of the team, they were getting stuck on some Miramar Ridge desert thing, and the car was really slowed down, so they couldn't actually get there in time because of the terrain. And that's what we keep talking about, right? These slower rotations, these plays that are interrupted by this terrain. So Miramar is very, very difficult even just to traverse, and it's something we really got to think about.
Yeah, something that we got to practice, clearly. I mean, you can see how this terrain really can mess you up if you aren't familiar enough with the locations. And around that Picado Hill really is a crucial movement on a rotation where you have to be able to know exactly how to move around this part of the map. Because if you don't, yeah, look at it, it's all open. It's a barren wasteland out here, and if you stop, you will be shot down. Bonfire Female is going to also be looking around their own building, slightly outside also of the zone here. I'm hoping they don't start to make this move because there's a team coming right behind them. KMG, they've not noticed them for sure. Susu, they haven't realized. They will realize now as the shots come through. They move forward into TPS. I actually think that it sort of worked for them. Ironically, they get themselves in. TPS just didn't have the numbers to control this building, but it was very risky with also KMG here behind them. This fight will slow down. We said it's a little bit of a space there in the building to where these teams can start to move backwards, and TPS moving that towards the back end of the building. Bonfire Female, though, gonna have to be careful here as KMG also, they have this solo player around. They also have to be wary that they can also press with a quick rush down into the building too.
They do indeed, but Wolf, I'm looking at Slytherin over into Picado. Looks like they've actually got a really far split going on. I don't know if Linu is kind of scouting out for Pew Pew here a little bit, but she was sitting there. They both were sitting in their respective spots. But we go back to Bonfire. It's not time for all that. It's back into the action. We got Bonfire, we got TPES. KMG moving up across the road, up onto some high ground there, so that could be an issue as well as Bonfire start to go down here.
Bonfire definitely struggling here. Is Uvis will be able to get the revive off. Ursa also now going to be back behind a difficult position to be able to navigate around. Of course, these players not wanting to step around and wrap around one side in the open does restrict you to those backside of the buildings and also that alleyway that you've got between the two, where you really can't do all that much. KMG gonna struggle here as Bonfire have elected to take down one of these players caught on outside the smoke. KMG gonna suffer. But still, this problem lies here with TPS holding up. And as long as TPS are in this position, it makes it a bit of a pain for Bonfire Female to really make a forward decision where you've got still 2 players right beside you alive.
I'm surprised that TPS either have stayed alive or that Bonfire have allowed them to stay alive, right? There should have been some sort of push towards this.
Yeah,
I know they're
even using the boards, right? Yeah, they've got a board right above the alleyway. You can push on top of the building. It's in some sense you could use a car to also get up there too, with the way that Jeep was positioned. So the player pushing in later, that solo definitely could have put a bit more pressure down. KMG as well. It's a nice idea to for sure pressure KMG. Yet you've still got this problem. TPS are still here and you can see that they're now pushing up. But they're really not going to push up too hard here. You've already lushed up Ursa. They did try to move in too quickly. They got knocked down as that solo player in the 1v2. And some mistakes coming through here is kind of the play from moving very quickly from one team, while the next team wanted to fight down TPS. TPS find themselves caught. One player is down for now. And as that team comes together here on Bonfire Female, they should be able to pick up the last one.
I mean, they really should be able to. I think Bonfire have gone about this, in my opinion, a little bit all wrong here. It's just been kind of weird. It's been a messy fight where it didn't have to be. It was a nice knock onto KMG to be able to use that side effectively. That was good. But in general, I think it was just a bit messy, really. So hard to kind of discern what's going on there. Slytherin do, in fact, go out there. They've just been eliminated. 0 eliminations and 14th place. Not what they really wanted to see, but we will be seeing. Oh, also, TPES go out there. Finally, they do go down. Bonfire have full opportunity here to do their best, and the zone has favored that. So we are going to be looking potentially at Bonfire Female, bringing this back just a little bit. KMG are going to have a problem, and they've got the back to look at.
Yeah, this zone really is in the open. Wouldn't be surprised with how many players are still alive. There may be one player of a squad decides, I'm going to take the healing. I'm just going to sit in the blue and try to last as long as I can once it engulfs me. Because as you can see here, the moment you try to make this push, Onyx, they move in. They're trying to fight versus Wild Pixie. That would be simple enough, this 1v1 where you say, oh, well, we've got a high ground advantage. The problem is, they're so high up that the moment they step forward, you can see Lakers and everyone else immediately sees them. And with Nirvana on this flank for Wild Pixies, you've also got these 2 points of pressure where you are going to struggle with that solo around the side.
Yeah, Wolf, are you saying that there is high ground that's too high? Is high ground
There is high ground that's too high. It's in this game, it's not an advantage. In this game, it's not. There are situations. Yeah. This is one of the rare exceptions.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, yeah, Onyx unfortunately losing that one. Yeah, high ground too high, girlies. You gotta go down a little bit earlier. I think you've really got to read the room in many ways. Bonfire doing well with this position. Now they've got 8 eliminations. The zone is about to pop. Where is it going to go? Because if it doesn't go their way, they're going to have a heck of a time. Oof! It's a little bit in the middle. And TX now going out 4 eliminations, 8th place position. So that's going to be 5 points going their way. White right after them. We haven't seen much of White. They were up on that ridge, but I think, again, they fell victim to those rotations. It's all about those rotational kills when it comes to this kind of zone. It's so flat. It's so open. It's the easiest done with the least amount of risk. So you are going to see a lot of those teams fall as they make those rotations in.
Lakers actually have a great opportunity, so we can hold in this zone right now, and they can wait for the blue zone to come in. They have a great position for the moment. They are gonna have some struggles coming across that road. The other end of it, though, is these teams who have that advantage of the ridge behind the road are going to be fighting. You can see here they can't take control of that ideal position in the zone because they are against each other, and before they're going to fall down. A bit of a mess here as Yakut still inside the smoke coming in versus Ara for the finish, but Ara able to keep themselves alive. That's the 4 eliminations. They've got to shed right on the edge of the zone as well. That's going to buy them a lot of crucial time in this game. Yet at the same time, now Bonfire Female can come in. That problem of all those teams fighting on an ideal position that you wanted in the open, where you can fight against Lakers under the ridge and be able to avoid those shots coming through from them, that is now a possibility. Lakers, one down there also as Alicio is going to be knocked. It looks like they've got a problem here while Pixies Lop really just slowing them down, and that's something that they can't afford, because that zone now, as it comes in, you want to be positioned in a way where you can move forward onto the rest of this roadside and be able to contest Bonfire Female instead. These 2 solos on our side, putting a big dent in that plan.
I gotta say, I love this from Bonfire. They've used those little skirmishes on the other side of zone to get this 2-2 split going. Yes, you do have one that has been knocked down before you. Ara doing some great work here. But I do gotta say, Bonfire playing this control game really, really well. I also gotta say, Wild Pixie doing some really good work there. The Lakers just down to a solo at this point. They were looking so strong, but it almost looked like, according to the kill feed, that Wild Pixies actually took them down single-handedly there a little bit.
Yeah, well, Pixies Lop really did just have a great position on that hay bale. It made it very awkward. The ones with the utility, Akulka just wasn't there. I think also KMG Sesha really was another problem that they were very aware of moving into this zone. Is before you are is going to send out the nade. You can see how much damage also that zone does with just a couple shots going rogue from Susu onto her. Sesha as well. A very quiet game. Very well played here through from Sesha. The position is fine as is. Don't need to make anything changing from it. Akulka has also 4 first aid meds inside. Can survive a little bit longer if need be.
Can indeed. KMG, though, might be feeling that pressure a little bit to get those more eliminations. She's only got 1 kill for the team so far, but you're right. She just needs to do absolutely nothing right now. She does need to get in zone at some point, but she's got to let the Lakers go first here. She cannot go first.
I mean, just let...
Doing so well.
Just let the rest of these teams fight. If you know there's still 6 players alive, you know there's other people that might get pressured into moving further forward. Sesha, you could saw that Akolka was looking there. Just unfortunate that before you don't fall for her before, just after. Akolka immediately, will fall away. It was Bonfire Females' game to win. Once they controlled that position on the other side, we said it was so strong without a team to contest you. And it is going to be them with their second win so far of this phase. Bonfire Female, I definitely think they made some mistakes leading up to this. They really took advantage of a Lakers that couldn't deal with that solo of Wild Pixies. On another universe where Lakers can keep those members alive, they can get rid of KMG quicker, they can also contest that roadside. Bonfire, I would have been curious to see how they took those team fights, because something about the team fighting in Bonfire, I'm still waiting to see that kind of all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, as it were, for them.
Yeah, a little bit, but I really got to say, Wolf, we're really seeing today it is the day of adaptability. I mean, we keep seeing these bounce backs from mistakes, like big mistakes that we see coming in here. I mean, Bonfire came in, it was a good push, it did get interrupted by KMG. They did play it well, but it was just really messy, kind of half-hearted a lot of the time. And then they come in, they control the zone, they time everything correctly, and they win the whole thing. So we're seeing that in the Erangel twice. We're seeing it here now again. So definitely a lot of adaptability going on here. And it's a great improvement because adaptability is so important for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, okay, not to shame on their win. It's a win. At the end of the day, you got the points. But they definitely took advantage of teams, as we said, not engaging on them hard enough. And also, KMG should have done that. I think they could have really pressured them. And also in terms of the side of those other teams before you, Yakud, both kind of cancelled each other out. So there wasn't a team there to contest Bonfire. It was only the solo left of Ara, which also meant that it allowed that ability for Bonfire to kind of walk in after the fights were all done. But it is a win. It is a win indeed, and as we said, they do get those 10 elimination points. They are able to get those few, placement points. They are able to get a few elimination points on top. The big longest distance elimination there coming through from Onyx, 394 meters as well.
Very nice. That's the longest we've seen so far, so well done, Nadia. 13 points for Lakers and Before You. I did like what I saw from Before You. It was messy just because you could already had that. They crashed in. There was a lot of, stray bullets going everywhere that did cause Before You to kind of fall down a little bit quicker than they may have should have. But I think they held it well. Ara did a great job in her position as well. She got 5 out of the 8 eliminations, so a really, really good performance from her specifically. So she is in that third place when it comes to those points, and Yakut are nowhere near them. So a good response, I think, from these top 3 teams. We're seeing a lot of points going their way. But what's really interesting as well, we're seeing some of those top 8 teams having 0 points at all. So we are kind of seeing a little bit of an upset when it comes to the left versus right page.
Yeah, there is sort of a gap forming here, as you said, from that left to the right. I'm hoping that we can see some of these teams who still need to be able to push their way up to and be able to. There are still 3 games left. A lot can happen. A team, for sure, anyone can get into that qualification zone. Absolutely. With 3 games still remaining. Seren is going to be our top fragger when it comes to, and damage dealer when it comes to the player focus combined. Ara just, of course, behind her with the edge play that they had with the Shack was well enough also to survive into that third position. Lakers, Akulka also getting that second. So still some placement points as we saw going through to them.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's my favorite. Graph Wolf. Here we go. Elimination damage going through. Onyx actually being a big contender when it comes to that damage. $1 Million Babies, though, if we can just go very quickly to that right side. 0 eliminations for all that damage dealt. So even the teams without points are doing a lot of damage here. It is what happens, but unfortunately just couldn't make those convert into points there. But if we go back over to the more high scoring teams there, a lot of damage being done. Again, our winners are equal, but yeah, very interesting to see a lot more damage coming in than those eliminations. But the overall standings, ooh, we have ties left, right, and center. There are 3 different ties in the top 8, Wolf.
3 different ties indeed, but the chicken dinners, of course, come first, and Bonfire Female are eating well first as well. KMG gonna be slightly behind them with that same scoreline, while Pixies also still in third there as Lakers Monarchy Before You very close behind. It's all down to, I think, when it comes to the closeness as well at the right side of that leaderboard, how some of these other teams can compete. Now, PNCR have been struggling. We mentioned 2 games now. They need some of these points to be able to show for themselves. Yakut didn't get that win in that team fight. That's also got to be affecting them right there in 13th. $1 Million Babies. We haven't really seen all that much from them again today. I'm hoping that we can see a bit more, because outside of that one win that they got and that 4th game as well they had as well, it really hasn't been a confident, consistent showing from some of these teams when it comes to the up and downs.
No, it hasn't. It's been really unfortunate kind of to see $1 Million Babies specifically kind of fall down a little bit. They had a little bit of a rise. They did get that win yesterday, but we need to see more from them. The good news for them is, of course, that with 54 points being the top position, they can still get a really good 26, 30-point game. Yeah, that's a lot, but it is very doable. Even 2 10, 15-point games would be enough to get straight back up into that top 5. So for any single one of these teams, it is very, very doable to still qualify, at least, if not get into the top 10. But Wolf, we do see a lot of ties coming in on the eliminations as well, except Sesha, who's continuing that gap ahead.
Yeah, Sesha is definitely on that gap ahead to be able to get those elimination points on their way. On the way, though, is also Sanhok next. And as we talked about redemptions of some teams needing to make their mark on that leaderboard, Sanhok has to be the map to do so. I'm curious now if we can see some of our bottom teams step it up, because they'll need to. 3 games are left before they could face elimination. Sanhok up next after a short break.
Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time to
welcome everyone here to the Sanhok time 42nd day of the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Harland Wolf. Neptura is also here beside me. Neptura, it's Sanhok, as we said. We have the point in which usually in the day for these ladies, some of these top teams start to struggle, and those bottom teams usually come up a little bit more. It's a very tightly divorced. Is also what we noticed from those overall standings.
We do indeed. I'm looking for some sneaky, snaky sort of things happening over on Sanhok. I'm not saying snake. Don't be wrong. Here, saying be a bit sneaky. You know what? If you're a lower team,
I don't
that
mind
can
snakes.
Absolutely. I don't mind it.
Snakes are cute. You can like snakes IRL. Like if you've not seen I know they look so adorable, and you just like
love snakes.
if you ever had like a snake, like if you ever held a snake, I held like a pretty big snake once. Yeah.
My sister and I used to have wild snakes, which probably wasn't the best idea, but it was fun.
Yeah, that's also that sounds a bit more dangerous than like a veterinary person bringing in a snake like to your school, like showing. Yeah,
oh,
that
gosh,
sounds
Remember now, it's like 5 or 6, and there was a library when our local library did that with the and we had snakes, and it was reptile for that. But no, me and my sister, we found 2 of them, and I think they were vipers. And we put them in an old container thing, like a cement, weird, like almost half pool, and just kind of they just were there until they got out, and we would go in and look at them every day and just kind of go, "Hey, snakes," and kind of have
these
a stick
snakes
where
probably
we would
very
kind of prop them up
angry
and,
at you. Yeah.
Oh, they weren't. No, but we were like 8 or something. It was like, oh, snakes, great.
Yeah, they just mad sounding, but they definitely excited inside. Am I right? Like excited to bite like your way out of there. Yeah. Also, I my friend has a little like snake as well at home. It's so adorable. Like every time I go around, just you see him.
I keep seeing them on TikTok, man. I want one. I really want one, but.
Yeah, although I would love to have when I get like my own place later, I would love to have actually a dog, like a German Shepherd. I mean, while we're on the topic of snakes, while these teams are loading themselves up, German Shepherds are so adorable. Yeah.
Yeah, you and my sister would get along well. She loves German Shepherds. Anything kind of big like that, she loves those kinds.
Yeah, I could have a whole like coffee shop meeting and only talk about German Shepherds.
Yes.
Like
totally,
I could go on about these. We could just have the whole Sanhok be about what is your favorite animal. In fact, why don't the people in the chat viewing? Why don't you show us what your favorite animal is? Yeah, well, I will look at it in the break. I'll read through, and I'll be able to catch up later on this.
Yes, please do, everybody. Everybody watching, tell us your favorite animal. I'm more of a husky person myself, to be honest, but I wouldn't have one because, one, they're very loud,
they're so
high energy.
They
are. They're so fun, but I don't think I'd be able to stand it for more than like a day. And
the novelty wears off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Great to visit, hard to live with.
I imagine every time you go around to a husky like owner, they are very happy about it, like in the visit, and then in the moment you walk out the door, they're just like the smile wears off.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. But I just love them. But you know what? German Shepherd's a lot quieter, man. A lot quieter. Dobermans, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
So less drama. It probably like the same amount of fun, I would guess, but just less drama because, every dog is fun. Our dog is fun, but he doesn't know how to play. He kind of just chases us around, and that's his game. So that's kind of fun.
Wow, that sounds like a great way to do your athletics in the morning.
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely. He'll always run alongside. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Chases us around. Oh, yeah. It's always fun because, you go in one direction and then you just quietly sneak off in the other direction and off he comes bounding down this road. Oh my goodness. So he enjoys that, but yeah.
Yeah, this first phase zone also shaping up a little bit here, Neptune. That bike, I don't think is coming out. We'll see. Yeah, but the zone is shaping up down towards the main island, though, as we said, a bit of that southwestern in play as well. So around Painan and those hills as well, I think teams coming from Bootcamp Hill, these locations, all going to be very useful. These high spots, these crucial compounds, crossing the river as well in the stage 1. Bonfire female. In a bit of a problem here, though, is PNCR. That nade you can see on the edge being held. They're going to jump over the window. Won't get caught for now. Ursula does need to be able to find one here. Can they look for the flush? They won't go for it because here comes the second. They're leaning to reload. They get around the corner, but not quite enough into the next. And there's the support, but yeah, you can see the angle, right? They had the nice angle on Krezi above. They just couldn't force the play through fast enough. Now Serena's here. They're looking for the revive. They will be able to crucially, get that knock eliminated through. So it will retain a 2-member squad here in the building. I wish, though, that we see all of these Bonfire female members come through a bit together on the push, though. Serena hopefully doesn't go too fast. That looks like a bit of an issue. Yeah, as they will need to move around the nade. Susu's here. Yeah, now as you start to set up the numbers advantage, you have these 3 players, you push them back into the one room. You know where they are, and now you will be able to catch them. They look for the nice angles. Yeah, they're going to try their best here, PNCR. There is a possibility for it. The one elimination will come through. They'll step outside to try and give the information through the window of the position. And now Brewers will be able to step forward through the door. They will be able to find a shot. Yet PNCR will fall down. I think PNCR, they had the opportunity there to move away as the 2 players who stayed for the fight. They did manage to lose themselves at the start of that game. While Pixie as well will fall. And here on the bridge as well, between a curious engagement here is, Kitty just has to hold these players. Easier said than done. There is support on the way. You can see it behind. As they will actually be able to find one. Yeah, there it is. That's the support you were looking for. And now they find the angle. Pew Pew's on their own. And Kitty just needs to finish a 1v1. The damage is done to help her. But Pew Pew, just cannot find the shots, cannot find the angle. Really smart, well played there. Kitty holding and the patience pulling off a win. And a few elimination points there for the $1 Million Babies.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there. We lost 4 teams in about, 45 seconds, something like that. So very, very quick succession of teams going out there. Unfortunately for them, it is a few teams that were in the top but have started to slip down the last couple of games.
This is the Sanhok effect.
It is the Sanhok, isn't it? Yeah, definitely seeing that already. And then you've got teams like NTX who have been a little bit better in the last couple games. 6 eliminations already with 5. So you are starting to see a few of these teams already crank up those numbers for the mid game, getting ready for that mid game. Because honestly, we're still in looting phase. This is very quick from these teams.
Yeah, and I think for $1 Million Babies, look at how much they also have available in terms of space and looting capability. There's so many options, and I think I'm curious for you as Yakut here are going to push in. I will hold my thought on how $1 Million Babies move in to this zone, so have a think. But Yakut, they are going to be on the edge here of TPS. You saw TPS 1 down at the beginning of this engagement. Did they get them back up in time? I have to see here as TPS are struggling. They do find though 2 almost. Yakut just aren't all there. They have still one more player on the walk forward, and without the vehicles, you can see now it comes down to this 1v1. Hakori has to get him, but he survive! Oh, 1 HP though! Emergency molly to burn him down, but it's not enough. As they don't hit the floor, and here in the melee, Sogo has to heal up. The molly hasn't been enough damage as well. They're trying their best to 75% HP. The nade into the door. It wasn't cooked in time, though. They couldn't get it off in time with enough opportunity, as Nameli will be able to find a shot. So through, they punish him into the corner. TPS Esports eliminated.
Honestly, Wolf, that is a really, really well. But yes, they should have evolved. They did get caught a little bit separate, but honestly, they played that super well. Hakori there, getting that Molly down, even though she did go down, it gave
that was
the rest
crucial.
of her team some time. And the nade as well, just to flush him out a little bit. It wasn't cooked quite correctly, but it didn't matter. So they do only lose one, and they will be getting back up as a 3-man squad. That was very, very well played from Yakut. Big brain.
Yeah, Yakut, that Molotov really just made so much of a difference. I mean, that is about the best that they probably could have done in that one position for themselves. I think you could have even mollied a little bit closer to themselves. I mean, yeah, it was a split-second decision. That would be the only small criticism. Would have maybe got them a little bit lower. Sedai just gets blown up into the face. I mean, there wasn't really much play from that. It was just Ramon cooking that nade. It came straight into the face of NTX. And yeah, that was the end of that.
Yeah, it was indeed, wasn't it? But Women Moment, nice reaction to that initial knock. You saw them push immediately into the compounds there, so that is nice for them. So we will be seeing what they can do with this. NTX ladies, though, they are going to be trying to defend this as best they can. Another one goes down, though.
Women Moment, definitely a team here who have been improving through the tournament. I think the Women Moment really are one of these squads. These ladies have been growing more comfortable in terms of their play, a bit more confident. The second chance is where you, I think, really see Women Moment coming a bit into their own. NTX
definitely
down also to 2 players. They just need to hold the push. Don't run up. There's one person. Don't jinx it, as I just praised you. Yeah. Wait for the team. And now as it can come in 3 players. Yeah, there is absolutely no way it's happening with the numbers.
No way.
NTX down to 1 player. You can see them already moving out, so the rest of those eliminations will be flushed through. One moment controlling Painan for themselves, and I think a very crucial position for themselves, I would say, given the zone still being split a little bit here around phase 2. We'll have to see now, though, given phase 3, where that zone goes and how it affects these teams.
We will indeed. Unfortunately, NTX just unable to hold it down there. I'm not why we can on the middle of that fight. Kira, why are you nading yourself? That's an interesting play from you, and she is going to get yeeted for it. Pinky going to take advantage of the free kill there. And Belance, another solo who has to just get out of dodge, but this time away from KYS Virtue here. It is both these teams been doing super well, and then they just kind of fall apart a little bit there. But Women Moment going back to Painan, a really nice play from them. I think that was well executed. It was nicely done. KYS as well, moving in quite strongly from the looks of. But NTX, with the 6 eliminations, they still are alive. They still have that opportunity for more points. And I tell you what, Wolf, from what I've seen of these girls in previous seasons, you cannot discount the solos. They come in and win the whole thing sometimes. So we'll have to see.
The solos are always going to be a factor on Sanhok, especially. Balance is going to be hunted down, I imagine, with KYS. I would assume KYS move down towards that south side. It'd be safer for them with the information they've got, and also to finish off that solo moving in. Yakut, they are the other team here on this south that I'm really interested in. $1 Million Babies, I assume they're probably going to go across that southern bridge in the way that they're moving. So there would be a skirmish now between Yakut and $1 Million Babies crossing in. I like the idea of $1 Million Babies. They, of course, are trying to take the widest point possible, given that they have the least information possible in the zone. Yet also, they could have just moved in on the other bridge, the thinner bridge there, but I do see why at the same time they're moving into Yakut. Yakut going to be the advantageous one with the information of the area and the high ground, though, on that bridge.
I mean, yeah, that is very true. But we did see what the Million Dollar Babies did on the last bridge. So if there does end up being
True.
a bridge skirmish, we could see Million Dollar again. We'll have to see. Lakers, we haven't seen much of them, but they are down to 2 at the moment. But the rest of them are fairly strong still. Before you, KMG, KYS, Women Moment, they are all full squads at the moment still. But most of those don't really have as many points. So you are seeing this kind of trade off of points for fewer teams or fewer players rather on each team. But we'll see how that changes. We could see teams like Women Moment and KYS actually come into their own towards the later end of the game.
Definitely. And also with only 29 players remaining, of course, at this portion of the game, make that maybe 28 heroes before you. They have found one hero of Woman Moment on the push into Painan Hill. Just a formulation of two teams trying to go for the same hill inside the zone, and unfortunately Woman Moment do lose out here on the play with before you just being a bit ahead when it came to the walk further in. Patoke moving backwards here is maybe looking for another angle. I'm not really sure what Women are doing here. It looks like they would want to make a wider rotation around. That would be the only reason why. I'm hoping also they avoid this nade that's being cooked up as well. You can see will damage them a little bit here. The smoke gonna come through behind as well.
Yeah, I can definitely see why they wanted that spot. The zone has gone straight to. I almost wish they would actually go the opposite way, go to the south side, but I don't think there's enough free space for them to do that, so they're just trying to find the closest way. Unfortunately, I don't think they've really gone fast enough. They've been very halting with this retreat, obviously, you know, trying to keep that cover and making sure each step is okay to go, but Bonfire is taking them. Of course they're going to.
The thing is that they had, I think, the better position still when they were on the hillside. Because, yeah, now that you come down, look at it. You can see NTX Crystal, they were still there. They take now another knock. Before you are still going to be there, and they'll finish it up. So, really unfortunate from Woman Moment. I need them to really work on their mid games when it comes to finding that spot, especially around stage 4. Just seems to be the point where it falls apart, even if they have these great engagements that you saw around Painan, bit where they were able to dispatch of NTX so well.
Yeah, it is interesting. Maybe they do better when they are the aggressors rather than the defensors. It is interesting. I don't know what goes on. I think their rotations need a little bit of work. Their awareness in those rotations need a little bit of work, because we're starting to seeing a team actually come out of this roster, right? They're playing very much as we see kind of what their strategies, their style is. So that's really nice to see. But there is definitely a lot to be desired when it comes to those rotations, because that's where they keep getting all this trouble coming in. So it is a shame. I wish they could fix that. Unfortunately, I think it's just one of those things that takes time and experience with each other to actually get down right.
Yeah, Valence here as well has done an excellent job of just doing nothing. But doing nothing sometimes is the best thing that you can do here. Will be able to hold themselves inside the blue and hopefully move in a little bit. It's going to be hard, but there is a position here on the edge of these buildings where you can start to move in. The hills do protect them slightly with the terrain. It won't be an easy spot down through from the likes of Bonfire Female. Only the Lakers possibly could see Balance realistically come in. DLR even wouldn't be able to see them if they do wrap around that little bit of a hill. The zone is going to move in and favor Bonfire Female here, as they will have the compound before you with the split. Definitely do have a position for themselves though still too.
They do. They have quite the monopoly over here. I'm just wondering, yeah, did go out in the end, and I'm it must have been to Million Dollar Babies here. So again, seeing them continue that trajectory of having some really good engagements going down here. So are officially out. So they have the south side to themselves, apart of course from KYS over there, but they do have eyes on them. They're trying to get as much info as possible onto them. White do go out, so that is Million Dollar Babies. Even if they don't make it to zone here, that is another placement for them that they can get above at least. So looking pretty good. They just need to get into zone, but it is a long way. Fortunately for them, Wolf, I don't see many teams actually looking to the south side.
Yes, around that south side as well, there is some opportunity for a team to make it in. It is realistically only KYS that can do so. They are the only team. They have enough players to contest that south side moving in without that much information. But for you as well, going to struggle here a tiny bit as they have found a knock against the side of NTX, getting one for themselves. Bonfire Female defending their position here against the Lakers. That's going to be the nade that will finish one of them off. Alicio, without that revive coming through, will just be a case of waiting to wrap around here with a couple players. Gotta do it quickly.
GG's.
Yep, there it is. Because they do need to move it into the zone. Yeah. That's fair, that's fair.
Okay.
There's Kitty there, also will fall. So now, Bonfire Female going to need to move in. You saw the knock coming through from them. Before you, Andrea is going to be able to find KMG coming up to the top of the hillside. That will be two coming through from them. And now the third, will it not come through though? Is it Nicole down to the only solo player here? KMG up to two. Have the man position advantage here, as they will be able to now move forward back. Nicole have a bit of an option for Ara to be revived. KMG, they have to go for this. The zone's pushing forward. They need to punish this revive. They cannot allow it to come through. The nade will miss a bit. And that will be the final one to come through, as they will fade off into the night. KMG, yeah, and they might even get these revives off. You can see they're managing it on the edge as well. So that will be a full squad of KMG back up. Yet look at where the zone has gone.
Oh, that's gross. That's just bad, man. But you know what? Million Dollar Babies and KYS figuring out how to coexist with each other.
Yeah.
And DLR 9 points, and that's just elimination. So they're doing super duper well here. Again, another Sanhok where they're doing well. I believe they won the Sanhok in the yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Either that or the Miramar right after. So we are getting to that point in time where they can win, and you can win too, chat. 600 you see quick before the game ends, because I'm sure it will be gone either into someone else in chat or into Highland Wolf's pocket. So be careful.
It's going into my UC bank account if you don't get it. That's where all of them are going if you don't pick it up. Is KMG. They are looking to pick themselves back up here on the edge. That smoke, a nice distraction actually, is here as well. That 1800 UC is distracting my eyes as I'm looking into it. That code, make sure to get that for you as well. And I've lost the distraction to the double nade. The 18 baited me. Is that will be 3 going down. And now KMG. The solo might even be finished off by KYS Virtue. They're stepping up the confidence as they saw them here, looking to punish and rub salt into the wound of KMG Sports' downfall. KYS Virtue Delicia, the only one left. They know it's 2 players. They will knock one no. And as we said, they have Kowalski here as well. Kitty, another Molly behind that rock could be crucial. Kitty's gonna look in, find Delicia with the high ground, bring it to the 1v1. They should know where the extra player is as well. Kowalski, they have to do something here with the low ground peak, but it's not enough as they will fall. Million Dollar Babies grabbing themselves that chicken dinner win. I don't know what it is about Sanhok, but it seems to be post Sanhok, Million Dollar Babies. They just look like they come out with a win here, and yeah, it's the second time they do it. And also, could they now continue it? Because this is what we've seen before, where they come a bit alive when it comes to the end of the night.
Absolutely. I loved that for them, from them, about them. That was a really nice game. I gotta say, I didn't see really any mistakes coming in from them. They had a nice initial fight on one bridge, then they got rid of Yakut on the other bridge. They continued their way in. KYS were not able, either didn't or wouldn't go after them. They had a nice little bit of a fight against KMG, who also played this game really well, but you know what? Just Million Dollar Babies were better in this instance. Really, really nicely played. They played together. They played quick and efficiently. A really good team when they want to be. It's a shame we don't see more consistency from them.
Yeah, Million Dollar Babies, really one of those teams that have the high highs. They do also have those low lows. In this inconsistency, they've got to be able to fix it coming in. I mean, excellent win here on Sanhok for themselves. They are in only phase 2. We saw how they can be oppressed in those against those higher placed teams that we will see again in the finals and in phase 3. This is, though, the welcome change that I'm hoping we can see for Million Dollar Babies again. We saw it in the first day a little bit. Hopefully now again in this day as well. 24 points for them. This should also be, with the points they garnered before, a pretty fair solidification. With still 2 games to go for themselves to get into that top 10. They will need maybe a couple extra points as well, because we do have to look at the standings being very close together here as well, Nebtura.
Yeah, we do. We really have to put that into consideration, especially when you see the teams in 2nd, 4th, 5th place even, also having some really high eliminations, high point game. I mean, TPES went out a long time ago and they still managed 9 points. So when it's this close, you do have to think about really most of the teams in this game specifically, because I did notice most of the teams did have at least 3 eliminations. So it is looking like still a very, very close call here.
Yeah, Kowalski as well will get the longest elimination distance in this game with 368 meters there. But as we switch to our match rankings, Million Dollar Babies do come out at the top there, of course, but NTX, KYS, Virtue, and BEFX, Bonfire Female, is going to be our next 3 on board. Big upset here for PNCR and Onyx. Now, these 2 teams, we said they are in the bottom elimination or relegation space, should we say, and they need these points. They did not get them here in Sanhok. 2 games to go. This is getting scary for some of those squads at the bottom.
It really is, because especially when they were top 5 at one point. I mean, yes, I know it's only, a couple of games away when we had them at, it's only 10 games, right, for phase 2. So, yes, they're all going to be 5 in the top 5 at some point in time. But still, when you have these kinds of teams that were doing super well for a couple of games and it's super close, and then they just can't seem to make even 5-6 points a game, and they end up slipping down when they were doing so just a few games ago, is very upsetting to see. So, it's one of those things where you really, really want to make sure that these last 2 games you give it everything, which in turn, Wolf, I gotta say, will make things a lot, very interesting for us, because things start getting very crazy now. They got nothing to lose, man.
Yeah. Very close together, these teams at the middle portion as well, as you said. We will see our player focus of these teams. To go back, though, to that point, Nevture, yeah, around that middle, it is very scary and close. There could be those upsets, as you said, of teams now dropping on each other. If teams also feel maybe like they are struggling, but they want to take out another team, they could also do so as well, and maybe then get the confidence themselves to rise. So a lot of different strategies now come down on the change to our last 2 games. Million Dollar Babies, 1700 though damage and 14 eliminations, of course, topping the chart here.
They do indeed, but is that NX? Is that
NTX, yeah.
there? Second? Wow. Because they went out fairly early, so that's crazy to see them in that second position when it comes to that damage and eliminations. I mean, that's crazy to see them because, again, like TPS, they went out fairly early on. I think Women Moment got rid of them in Painan, if I'm remembering correctly. So they were gone a long time and they still managed to do a lot of damage there. So kudos to them. We're seeing a high damage, high kill game for the Sanhok, but let's see those overalls coming in. Who's on top? It is Bonfire reclaiming their throne from yesterday, and Million Dollar Babies in second place. You love to see it.
Yeah, $1 Million Babies in second, now contesting, of course, Bonfire Female. It's all pink and purple, we could argue, at the top of the three standings and those podium positions, while Pixie down to 7th from the start of today. As we said, they needed to continue their consistency. They really have been struggling to do so. Is at the bottom of the standings. That was where we got to look, and there is a bit of a gap here between White and PNCR Destiny. 13 points, a comfortable buffer for now for one game for White Esports. If White get more points in this game, are we looking at PNCR or those teams close needing a big game now to really boost themselves back up?
I think to be safe, you're going to want a big game. But if you want to play it quietly, if you don't want it too much, then I'd absolutely go for constant 2 good games. Now, the problem with that, of course, is that you're leaving things to 2 opportunities to do badly, not just 1. But, when pressure is such a thing, then, you got to go with whatever is going to make your mentality the best you can make it to actually get that.
Yeah, they've got to be able to prove themselves here because it's their backs against the wall. PNCR and those teams at the bottom still need those points. Can White, though, defend their position on the cusp of elimination? We'll see on Miramar after another break. Welcome everyone here to PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown, where myself, Harlan Wolf, and Neptura are heating ourselves up to get to Miramar. We're putting on the sunglasses here and getting the sun cream ready. I mean, Neptura, we've got 2 more games to go. We've got now an eye on these bottom place teams because they have to step it up. They have to get into that top 10 position. White are holding it right now with 43 points, I believe. And there is a 13-point gap between them and PNCR. Yeah. PNCR, on that last game, it did not go well for them, Neptura.
It didn't, and it was sad, and we didn't like it, and we want to see them do better, and you could as well. NTX Lady, to some degree, have had great games, but also kind of bad games tonight so far. So, honestly, anybody down in the bottom, they all have potential to have really great games, these last 2. I just need to see it from them, right? I need to see that action coming into play. Now, the good news is that we are in the last 2 games, so we're going to be seeing a lot more action, I think, from these girls. This is generally when we start to see these teams kind of just go, you know what, we've had it with strategy, we've had it with playing it safe and all this, let's just hot drop a team and see what happens. I'm not sure if these lower place teams will maybe do that as much, just because they have been improving and they have been having better games as the games go on. But I will be curious to see kind of where this goes into play. And as we look kind of even kind of the 6th to the 12th, 6th to the 10th mark, rather, we are only seeing a difference of 7 points. So it's very, very close. Any of these teams, if they go out early, could lose this spot.
Yeah, we could lose a spot. I think, judging from those teams, it do have quite a gap, though, between the elimination and the non-elimination spot, you could say, at the 10th, if for lack of a better word. They do have a gap between them, and it means that those teams that have already successfully made their way into the top, so Bonfire Female actually at that top 3 position for themselves, they should be fine. It's all about, for now, these last 2 games, as we were saying, right, enjoying yourself. Yeah, you could top out this phase 2 standings. I think that would definitely also be a showing of strength. Yet, they also have a 1-day break, and then they're going to have to go back from 0 and against some of these teams who have had now multiple days of rest and preparation and VODs against them. So it really is just about stepping it back and relaxing and thinking about how we'll make strategies, how we'll prepare, and using this as some experience for coming into phase 3.
I personally, to be honest, if I was coaching any one of these top 10 teams, women moment not having a good run so far, getting caught out in the open there. But if I was coaching any of these teams that do make it through to phase 3, I would definitely be advising them to not play tomorrow. It would be a VOD review day. It would be a meeting day. It would be a discussion day, but it wouldn't be a playing day. They need a break. They need to chill.
Yeah.
And then just have a strategy day, and that would be it. I think. Hope these girls actually do that, because I think that would be in their best interest for sure. If they did want to do some extra practice, they can always enter a scrim, Tuesday afternoon, something like that, just before the event to kind of warm up and get those tweaks. Yeah, exactly. But tomorrow should be a rest day for sure.
Yeah, I think they could do like 1 or 2 like casual games ranked games just to warm up the fingers a little bit coming into the final phase 3 couple of days, because obviously phase 3 is going to be a really important point and a bit more pressure for these ladies, because they will obviously have the finals on board to get through to that from. Gonna leave both through phase 3 because we are still finishing off phase 2 here. One moment, one of these teams who are so desperate to get these points, only 19 points right now after 8 games. They looked like they had a good team fight performance on that last Sanhok match. Did fall apart after trying to retreat from before you. Now TPS going to catch him out as well. Lisa should be revived here by Soul Girl as well, with that extra initial flush through to a second elimination point from them. Woman Moment, you got a feel for them. I think given some more time, this team could be a bit more prepared coming into the next season. They could be a contender. For now, though, I really do worry that we may be seeing the last of them in these last 2 games.
I hate to have to agree with you, Wolf, on this one. You know, it is very unfortunate they end, or they rather start this game with a duo. I mean, it can happen. You kind of get caught out in the open there. The other team have had those compounds you were trying to get, so they have loot you don't, and then they just decide to push you. It does happen, but unfortunately they weren't able to convert any of those knocks into points for themselves to kind of combat that, and now they're getting shot some more. So definitely some great evasion maneuvers coming in from Piper there. But yeah, it is very, very unfortunate. You've got to feel for them, especially when they've been doing tons better, certainly, than in phase 1. But I do agree with you that there is some potential here. There is something to be said for perhaps a little more practice, a little bit more of preparation, and coming in next season. I really hope they don't disband or kind of switch up their roster, because this could
definitely. Yeah, you really do see the improvement just from phase 1 to phase 2, and their confidence in terms of being able to take a team fight, be able to prove themselves in some better form of rotations. I edge around better because there's still a lot of mistakes being made by Women overall that we can definitely look back at, and then we can of course improve from, is a crucial thing to look at in this. And there really is, as you say, so much room for growth for this team. White Esports, another one on the edge here, really debating why they decided to jump down onto Picado, considering that before you have always been a team in the tournament so far that love this compound. White needed these points. It's a risky play to now contest before you who are comfortable also into this top 10. And White, yes, it's a 13-point lead, but one big game from PNCR, for example, and suddenly White are fighting on the cusp.
Yeah, this is an interesting move from them. I would have thought they'd have known that, you know, Picado was going to be busy. I just don't understand why teams insist on dropping on the red buildings. There's an entire city that you can use.
Exactly.
Like, there's the whole gas station. Yeah. There's the other 5 stack across the way.
The flats, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even the casino. You can start to edge back and force the team to come into you on the casino and use those different layers that the casino offers. It's White Esports, another big knock. And now with Ballons down, with Sirak down as well, Akira and Shera, the only 2 left. They are not the fraggers as well, crucially. They're the support players. Of course, they have the ability to take out players, but they're not the ones that are flashy and the ones that we know to do it.
No, this is unfortunate. Now, Bonfire are looking at them a little bit. We did see a rotation coming through there. We could have possibly had something there, but I don't think so. And it's all 4. Oh, my goodness. Finally, before you, playing as a team. I don't think we've seen that so far today that much.
Yeah.
And they will do it against White, so big risk from White. Unfortunately, it does not pan out for them. What I do appreciate from before you, though, is that they didn't hold on for ages and ages and ages and ages and ages, right? They got the job done. They moved on. So they now can move into zone properly.
Yeah, they have maybe been guilty of that mistake once or twice before you. So with this zone being, of course, so far towards that northeastern side, that's only phase 1, by the way. So phase 2 is still to split. Yeah, so we still to see some big rotations. Of course, $1 Million Babies and KMG, another 2 of these teams that we really are going to have to keep our eye on. It does shift up somewhat towards the northeast. This is a bit sketchy now. You're really looking towards the mountains that you can see just below Al-Azhar. The mountains are also, is that NTX, I believe, on the northernmost point there as well, have there too, the mountains. The very wide eastern portion of that zone, where it isn't in the mountains, that's all fields. the people watching here. So there's actually no space realistically that they can be able to rotate through unless they wrap right around the very edge of those fields just to make a bigger rotation to the mountains up north. There's no way that you would be wanting to rotate in that location.
Absolutely. TPES, though, find themselves on a little bit of a downward trajectory as they try and move up. I think they just got a little bit too overzealous with that rotation. Didn't quite have that information. They do now, though. Before you as well, losing one. Down, I think just jumped out of the vehicle a little too early. Not sure why there. Maybe a misclick, but will have to be revived there. That's going to take a toll on those meds, which could, in fact, impact the rest of the game. It's these tiny little micro things that you got to watch out for, right? You know, you can think about the game and strategy and rotations and things like that, but it's just these tiny little mistakes, these little accidents that end up, you know, potentially deciding whether you win a game or not. It's crazy how minute you can get. And it's an interesting rotation through here. Please don't. There we go. Okay. Almost stuck the car there.
Yep. We're improving from the second game. Thank goodness graciously is Lakers Monarchy are going to be in the midst of the Onyx here in the mountainside. 2 behind. Navisti is going to have to here help Fruitaber, who looks to be engaging already into the 1v1. They will be able to find it, but they have to get back under the ridge here. There are still more coming, and I like that they get behind there indeed. Yakut also within the area will be able to hear these shots. Onyx already trying to escape out. In a very quick but very smart here also retreat through from Onyx. It may just be though into Yakut's hands.
Yeah, not realizing, I think, that they were right there. That was a very tricky rotation through the valley there, but it works. She got through it. We're all good to go on that front. I am seeing, though, a lot of teams with very low health, KMG being one of them. Of course, it's going to be KMG and DLR. I just really hope they have those meds to back it up, but I they must do, right? KMG got massive splits though coming in here. I mean, you've got one almost in zone there over by Impala. The other 3, 500-600 meters behind. DLR somehow worse.
Yeah, so what this has to be is it has to be healing. I mean, they have to have an issue with healing and looking for more loot within the stage 1 to 2 phase, because there's no reason why they would be stopping within the blue otherwise and being so split with about one inside of the zone and the other still so far behind. I definitely understand that obviously teams want to send one player forward to scout for the information, and oh my days, that zone has just gone into the point of death. So yeah, a lot of this zone also isn't usable. Keep in mind that rock face that you see on the east, that is actually a huge cliff that is not usable in any way. So the compound even on the north, that mountain really doesn't offer a lot onto the northern end. It's really this place that Slytherin have control of right now. It's going to be a firefight, you got to believe, to be able to get control of that high mountain. That's clearly by far, other than El Azahar, teams probably going to dive on into the city to get a position there too, are the 2 spots that you're looking at.
They're going to have to, right? I mean, I do notice, though, there is a compound just below that cliff you were just talking about, the one that's unusable. There are 1 or 2 compounds.
It's more of a shit, though. It's a...
It might, that's true.
Yeah.
It's true, but it's up on some high ground. If KMG could sneak their way past Slytherin there and get that, they could see the zone be continuing a western trajectory, or eastern trajectory, rather. And we could see some good stuff from them. Possibly.
Yeah, you can use it. There, if it's a rectangular one you're talking about, it is just outside of the zone. So, yeah, I definitely agree. It's for sure usable right now. Stage 3 isn't going to hurt so much. And you can also use it just to allow a bit of respite from El Azahar. And also that south end is going to be absolutely nuts in terms of trying to watch teams fight for only really a town. It's not even a city. So that will be an opportunity for them. There are some form of ridge coming down from that rectangular building as well, where we say obviously you can still use it. If you're on the very east side, you can block yourself with that little bit of a ridge and avoid the line of sight from those teams looking onto you from the mountain and from Al Azahar, of course, as well.
It's interesting. Oh, KMG trying to make this rotation. Oh, get backstabbed though. You could. Nice backup from Sasha there. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah, you're cute here, barely on the edge of life, but the 1 HP is enough. They grab themselves the elimination, but only for KMG. He is still the one behind, as well as they will be able to finish there off the second one. NTX Lady as well, going to struggle with a 1 HP TPS as they try to find it on the drop shot. They get it. Lying down is enough for Lisa to find 2, but they cannot find 3. The health bar was just not enough to take down the third. It was a valiant effort, but have they bought enough time? The damage has been done. You can see Samina moving in. There's another one as well coming through from the mountain. The revives look like they'll come through. Lisa still alive there, though. I'm not sure, so still the extra one alive, not Lisa. The second player still within the vicinity, so they will have some information. But with Samina now the only solo, we'll decide to back off with that information being given away, but the revives have come through.
Definitely, yeah. Good idea on TPES's part. They do have 3 eliminations. Again, it's not quite enough. They need to continue having some good games. DLR, though, also struggling. Razdva has gone down to the zone, so you're right that healing, those meds just aren't there for them, which is really odd considering, there goes another one. Very odd considering they had all of Valle Del Mar to themselves, right? They had that entire place to themselves, but this is just what happens when you decide to take it a little too far. That late rotation goes a little too late, which is very unfortunate. Another one goes down, and DLR immediately just get taken out by the blue zone. Again, the blue zone is going to be having the most elimination points this tournament.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a rookie error. I'm just going to say it. There's no way that you should be losing yourself to the blue zone. I mean, it's all about rotational timing. This is basically the essentials of what is this theme of game, if you like, you know? Like, this is what a Battle Royale is about. It's about the zone coming in. If you can't answer the basics, that's about as much as we can say there for it. KMG, going to also be heading on this more opposite end towards the southeast. I like their little cubby that they've got there for themselves. It gives them some protection, of course, from these other teams. They will have to move up because it likely is on the edge of the zone and will move out unless the zone, of course, hard favors them. Slytherin here as well did actually lose out on their position, so it did actually go up further more towards that eastern portion, which I can see definitely why Slytherin aren't moving right now. It's all about using that position here as $1 Million Babies will fall down to that blue zone. But as Slytherin, they move further in. It's all about just waiting and holding their position for now until they need to go into that really dangerous open area inside the zone.
Oh yes, that compound has now moved away from the zone. We haven't gone back to the west side, so KMG will be probably fighting with Yakut for a while there, trying to get inside zone. Women Moment have done themselves some favors there, getting on top of that hillside, but the fight still is down to the south side. Lakers and Kowalski in particular having a little bit of a spat there, but KYS trying their best, but Lakers, I think, actually have a pretty good control over this. They've got that ridge, they've got the back angle. It's looking fairly good for them. I do notice, though, Wolf, we are seeing a much slower game coming in from these girls, right? I was kind of expecting a little bit more of quicker action coming into the Miramar, specifically the Wrangle, even if it's not so much the Miramar, but this is actually kind of the opposite. We're seeing much more careful plays. No one's doing anything too drastic, which is kind of nice to see. You know, they're aware of the points, they're aware of what's going on, but that will be a push from the Lakers, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we can really appreciate, I think, the improvements coming through from them. And yeah, this one knock also should be the Lakers moving in. They'll get the information at least on it, but they're not going to go for it. Yeah, a bit of an interesting decision. I understand in some way, yeah, because look at the zone now move. So with that zone shift, they say, actually, you know what, this is a potential fight we could take, but the zone really is going to harm us if we take this fight and we don't have the players to enter it with. So we've damaged KYS Virtue for now. NTX are also here. Futaba stepping a bit over, I think, too much on the ridge there, but doesn't get punished. Woman Moment, on the other hand, though, with KMG. Piper on the edge of the zone. One player remaining. KMG should be able, they only have 2 players, but should be able to close out this final elimination for themselves.
Yeah, you'd think they would be able to, but KMG lose 2 in the process, so that's not going to be the optimal outcome for them either. NTX still up as 3. Bonfire now in a world of hurt, it seems, and before you trying to make their way into zone bit by bit. It is getting pretty crowded, though. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of teams fall quickly as you look to the right-hand side. We have a lot of solos. We have a lot of duos coming in here, especially as the Wild Pixies move in because they've got that knock.
Yeah, big elimination. PNCR, yeah, gonna fall out, but Wild Pixies needing these points, needing to show us what they can do today. Is before you stepping up, but they just wipe away the Pixies, squish them into the ground, and solidify a position down. Is Nirvana now the only one left? Nicole down to the 1v1. They've been able to hold for now. It was health advantage, position advantage for the Pixies, and they find it at least barely. Nirvana is able to grab it. They will get Skiz back into play with the revive as well. The damage, though, it's been done, and Wild Pixies, they're still not in this zone, keep in mind. They need to move continually further. KYS, they're next to fall, though.
Honestly, I gotta hand it to Wild Pixies. Time and time again, we've seen them come down to a solo and just wipe the whole team as that solo. So I love to see it from the Wild Pixies. It's great. You just need to work on maybe keeping your team up a little longer. But Bonfire Female now going to be falling down as well. So we are starting to see these teams go left, right, and center. We've gone from 14 teams to 8 in just a short span of time. TPES being the 7th to fall. So now we just have the top 6. KMG down to a duo. Onyx just stuck behind this little rock here. This is about the worst possible spot in the whole entire zone. That smoke's going all over the place. But what is going on here?
Well, they've got 20 seconds of hovering that rock, and as soon as that rock disappears, they better put all of their med kits onto one player and pray so much that they get someone throw down that hill. I really don't think it's going to happen. Just heal as long as you can. You know it's going to be a tight change with these players moving in. They're going to do it, actually. Monica's gonna move in. We're gonna have to, yeah, they're gonna have to see actually how they manage it. The zone actually, yeah, look at Monica. Look at the shift on the zone has gone down to Onyx. So if they can get in, the zone is trying to counteract how difficult a position they had. And TX are also busy with the Lakers slithering there as well. So they're not gonna be diving too quick into this zone either. The Lakers are moving the other way. Onyx could steal this one if they can get the rest of those players into this zone.
NTX keep moving around for info and just getting way too much of it. I never thought I'd say there's such a thing as too much info, but when you're getting sprayed in the face, I think that's too much info. They're doing their best here, but it's only Lady left, or Sidai left, so that's going to be them out. But 4 eliminations, we've seen them consistently 6-7 plus points per game, so that's looking good for them. The Lakers, though, on top of it. Slytherin and Yakut still a full squad, but the Lakers do have them in terms of points and the high ground when it comes to the Lakers versus Slytherin. Slytherin don't matter, though. They don't care. They want those knocks. They're going to grab them. Yakut now moving in on the side of Onyx. Onyx is the only, Monica's the only one in here, so gonna have to just stay very, very quiet, but I don't think she can while the full squad's there.
Yeah, she has the smokes. I think Monica really needs to start putting those smokes down. That tree's not going to defend her for long. trying to put the smokes, trying to delay, I think, as long as possible, to hope that Slytherin and Yakut can maybe come out with a fight is the only option here for Onyx to realistically look at. Is Yakut going to be able to now take one down? They've left Monica. I don't think maybe they even spotted Monica.
I think they did, yeah.
Yeah, surely they would have, with a buggy even there as well, but nevertheless, Slytherin are going to be stuck in the fight, and all the way down to Pew Pew. It will be the end here of them. They're trying their best. Yeah, the zone will move down. Yakut is going to be able to finish this one off. Monica sending out the nades. Will not be able to find anything from Yakut, and this will be, I think, the doors being shut down from Onyx. They try to find one, but they won't be able to grab the elimination point. That will be Yakut finishing up the match for themselves. And yeah, Yakut, one of those teams that we came in saying they needed these points. They were in the elimination space, Neptura, and that win will help them to solidify their position. And White, crucially, now the onus on them as well to see what they can put out.
I mean, with Yakut getting that win and those amount of points, I mean, they're definitely back up in the probably top 6 area. Very, very nicely played from Yakut. They played a fairly quiet game. They were very much threatened by KMG on that initial rotation into the final phases of zone. But they've played it super well. They played quietly. They played carefully. They got the eliminations where they needed to, not necessarily where they wanted to. And it did pay out for them in the end. They really did a great third-party move onto Slytherin there for that final big fight there. That was a really nicely timed play. Slytherin had zero opportunity to even get up on top of that ridge they had just won. And so it was very nicely played from them. I wish Monica had moved up a little bit. I didn't like that she threw a smoke there. That would have been easily seen. She threw a smoke up that hill. It would have been easily seen and people would have known that there was somebody there. And I think that tree was not going to do her any justice in the long run when the team starts looking downhill again. So she needed to be a little bit more on equal footing, maybe in the middle of that fight. But otherwise, a solid second place from Onyx. They desperately needed that. So you know what? Play for placement. What's your second place? It's a 1v4. Hey, why not?
Yeah, I think Monica definitely, if she was going to throw smokes, just throw a bunch out, and even throw them far into Yakut, I think she really could have disrupted Yakut in that fight as well. If she creates a smoke line for herself and then starts to come behind Yakut in that fight as well, without the possibility for then Yakut so high up in the mountain to be able to see her with a smoke sphere as well. And with Slytherin shooting down, it could have really stopped Yakut from being able to do as much damage, and maybe then it brings it down to a 2v1 or so, and from that point that would have been maybe the way that Monica could have done anything to win that game, which was going to be very difficult indeed. In theory, though, we'll have to see if that will work only in the future, because Yakut are here in the now, and they get their 10 placement points, they get their 18 points total. We move through to the match summary, and one of the longest of the night here of eliminations was Seren from Bonfire PMEWL, 394 meters.
Ooh, yeah. Just below, it is the new one, isn't it? Because it was 390 last time. So I think that is the new longest elimination distance. So nice improvement on that. Going very quickly back to Monica, though, would have been a really fun play. Not necessarily one you want to see all the time, but one in that situation. I think if she had a bunch of smokes, throw them directly at Yakut, confuse them completely. And then maybe Slytherin has that advantage. And then, like you said, go down to 2 or 1, 2, 3 players, something like that. And then she can take advantage. But I think that would have been really funny to be in those comms and kind of listen to Yakut go, what, where, who is doing that? Stop it.
Yeah, I get there's like the safe play, right? Like the second position you can guarantee, but you could go for the first if you risk it. It's a risky play. She went for the safe play. She gets still those second position placement points. So props to Onyx, I think, when they needed. So should I say, and Monica, Onyx to get their points. Also, Onyx, another one of those teams to be able to make it still into that top 10 position. They're still going to need at least another 5 points, well, 6, should I say, to beat out White, not regarding any of the other points that White still got, or will still get, should I say, in that final game coming up. So more work to still be done, but they have laid in that a possibility path for themselves.
They have indeed. And I tell you what, Wolf, what's interesting, I think these teams being a lot more efficient kind of with their damage and their eliminations and just generally how much ammo they're using. We have not had 1,000 damage yet by any one of these players. We are sticking around the kind of 8 to 500 mark, even 400 down here. And that's by Lakers and TPES, who did a lot of work there, a lot of eliminations and, a lot of fighting in general. So very interesting to see that individually there's not really that much going on with these teams.
Yeah, individually these teams very much more about the quieter play, coming later into the fights and making that one big fight at the end for themselves. These teams starting, as you said, to not just run in and be that aggressive squad that we kind of expected them to be. It is very welcome to see that more informative way of playing and careful way of playing. That's not to say, though, that before you still aren't topping the damage charts here with big numbers. 1,897 coming through from them, and still the Lakers very close behind with an 1,800 around for them as well.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Rarely do we see a consistent more eliminations than damage across the board like that, certainly in the top 3 teams. But yeah, it's a nice show from everyone. You gotta love Wild Pixies doing 500 damage for 5 eliminations. You go, girls. Efficiency is key, but we are going to be looking at the overall standings. And you could, interestingly enough, only get into 10th position with that. Onyx also just narrowing the gap, not really doing anything different there. So this has helped, definitely. I mean, a win always helps. The second place always helps, but not necessarily enough here. So interesting, they still have to have a really good game this next game to actually make sure that they get those that qualification.
Or we just drop on White and get rid of White. That's also the offer. That's also the other opportunity. Yeah, let's just get the 4 eliminations, boost us up to 50, and get rid of White, our team closest to contesting us. That's clearly the big brain IQ. Nothing could go wrong. You definitely also couldn't get taken out by White and lose your position there, because 4 eliminations from White would also put them at 10. So yeah, it's a totally foolproof strategy.
Oh, exactly. Absolutely. Sesha, though, from KMG, got to step it up a little bit if she wants to keep that number 1 spot, because Kitty and Ditami, there we go, and Ara, Pew Pew, all of them starting to move on up a little bit, 1 and 2 eliminations behind her. So, Sesha, you want that number 1 spot, you better keep on. But we will be seeing this, and we'll be going to the next game fairly soon. So that's going to be a really fun thing. We will be seeing where these teams will go. Of course, it is the final game of Phase 2 in general. So we will be saying goodbye to the Miramar. We will be going straight into a break from here, and we will see you in the Erangel in just a few minutes.
where things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
Welcome everyone here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown, the last game here of phase 2, and it is elimination station here in Neptura, and my name also Handwolf if you are just tuning in. It's between a couple teams here to be able to get to that next phase 3.
Yeah, it is indeed. Don't mind me just getting directions wrong. It's difficult. You're over there. I'm looking at you all sorts of different ways. It's weird. But anyway, yeah, down to the final game. And this is where it all goes down, right? Because again, still, we had some teams in the last game do really well, some teams that needed points, and still not quite be very safe at all. So again, they need to have a really good game again. We're looking at other teams that could still have a really big game like we saw in day 1 of phase 1, and yeah, it could go either way still. I think as we've been discussing, Wolf, that we're kind of seeing maybe the top 5, top 6 be fairly confident now. They can't really do a whole lot to get disqualified. The other teams would have to have phenomenal games to actually bump them down low enough. So yeah, I think we're looking at a pretty safe top 6. We just might see a bit of a switch amongst them, but they're not going to get eliminated. We're really looking at that battle for 10th right now.
Yeah, you really are looking at that battle for 10th between White and Yakut, should I say, is going to be the two teams, 3 points between them. So those are 46, I believe, for Yakut, and 43 right now, yes, for the side of White. White have been struggling. Today is my only concern, is whereas Yakut have actually been showing a little bit more when it comes to their team play. Obviously, just coming off of a chicken dinner as well. A bit unfortunate for Yakut, but again, a chicken dinner is not enough to secure their position, but it did give them, on the other hand, the opportunity here to still qualify.
It did indeed. Sorry, I'm just scoffing slightly at, finally we have more than one team on Sosnovka Island, and the zone said, you're gonna wish you hadn't done that, girlies, because I'm going the opposite direction. So we are gonna be seeing Yakut maybe making a beeline for their original spot. I don't think they really want to keep onto the island very much, because you could see the likes of Slytherin, or is that Onyx? I think that's Onyx there. Move in and kind of take that spot and gatekeep that space. We could see that happen. Apart from that one hot drop over by Novo, we are seeing only a hot drop in Yasnaya. But is that really a hot drop when the city's so big? I don't really know. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky here in terms of Yasnaya really being anything. It is a bit scary, I think, if you are the side of white. I was going to say, white falling down. I was going to say the side of Yakut, because white could take advantage of a unfortunate one moment. Just really struggling today. But when I say that, and one moment take down white, that's going to be a second knock. So white really struggling here. The pressure on them, as here, woman moment. Yes, they will not qualify to this next round, but they can take white down with them.
They absolutely can. Again, we're seeing Women Moment play as a team, play organized, play well. White, I don't know what's happening with White. Yesterday, they were looking so good. They looked like they really had this one in the bag. But unfortunately, it's just not to be, it seems. We do see Mia be on her own. She's going to have to just try and survive on her own, try and get those placements maybe, but I don't think that's going to be enough even then. NTX and PNCR, these two teams really going to be battling it out, I think, because both these teams need these points.
Oh, Crystal almost going down there to PNCR Destiny. Yeah, PNCR. Another one of those squads on the cusp of making it through. They're a little bit behind now when it comes to the points overall. You're looking about a 10-point gap between them and Yakut, at least, maybe even more. So PNCR really, to be fair, only to their deficit in their poor performances earlier, really do need to come out with a big performance now. NTX, they need to take them out cleanly, because they will need all 4 players alive to continue to fight and continue to get more of these placement points, elimination points, should I say, so crucially, and the placement points. Later is they jump back down, and now Yakicheva will be moving around on the ground here. Another nade from PNCR really pinning down NTX on this other building. They cannot use this roof. Out of nades now, but the damage was done there. Crystal is well still alive. Crucially, Crystal did not go down in that damage encounter we saw earlier. Yeah, however, with Zestrich going down now, Usman going down as well, it really doesn't look great for NTX.
No, we're already down to 2 solos right off the bat, just like that. But I tell you what, Women Moment, PNCR, 2 teams that need points the most, and they have them. So not the absolute worst. You know, there's always a silver lining. The other teams that do need points, it's not like it's not like it's who's on top right now, DLR or KYS or KMG, not KMG, TPES even. It's not like they who don't need points are already getting them and getting more. It's these other teams that do need help. So if they are going to go down, at least they can help their fellow lower bracket teams actually end up possibly qualifying, but we'll see how that goes. Another one I think to watch out for, or to look for, is Before You. They've been doing well. They probably are safe, but they do get into a lot of fights with some of those lower placed teams. If they do go out early, it could be some very helpful points going up their way.
Yeah.
There we go.
I definitely think Before You, they should be safe. I think, because you're needing 2 teams realistically, right, to knock them down, and there's such a gap already. It doesn't look very likely. So they should be fine, but that's a big elimination right there. White go down with 0 points. So as long now as PNCR, Onyx, don't get these points. Don't contest here Yakut. Yakut should be qualified through in that 10th position. White, I mean, I don't know what happened to them, but they are just stuck, I think, in a bit of a rut here today, and unfortunately it was not the day that you needed to be stuck.
Yeah, it's such a shame because again they were doing quite well yesterday, but it happens sometimes where you have those bad days that end up being the final day where you need those points, and it's just one of those things. So unfortunate, but White will be the first to be sure to leave us this tournament in phase 2.
Yeah, one moment here, gonna take the vehicle, move away down from Yasnaya, deeper into this zone, look for the hill position and a bit of a higher ground now that they've got their loot, now that they've got their eliminations coming through, and now need just to see where the other players are coming in. Also, you do see a couple of those teams on the other end of ES9, Pollyanna, coming in from that northwestern point of the side of Yasnaya there as well. $1 Million Babies, KMG, both going to be there on the fields as well. You've got before you KYES Virtue as well, going to be contesting each other on this location. Lakers are making their own rotation on the south end of the map past Yakut here. Lakers could look for this potential solo player. It looks like they may have identified a position advantage there, so they will be going into that tree line to look for that. Otherwise, just rotate past and into the zone later on, because they are, all of those 7 teams, a tiny bit outside of that safe zone right now.
They are indeed. Hey, who's not both in the safe zone and definitely not these two teams looking pretty scary against each other. Before you, been on a little bit of a roll in the second half of today. They've picked themselves up, dusted themselves off, and they have done very well for themselves. So would be nice to see them continue that. They do lose one though, and it will be to KYS. So unfortunately for everybody else, that point does go to a team who is actually already safe. So there's it's one less point for them to be able to take. The Lakers, I like this from them. They're just going to be scouting a tiny little bit over onto the Chinky Hills. Still outside zone, but they know there's teams coming in behind them. So if they can just hold on a little bit more, get maybe potentially a few more points, that could be a really good play from them.
Yeah, Lakers here as well, really. I think could put out a bit of an upset here onto Yakut. You would need them to take down Yakut alongside TPS to really stop them gaining any points here in this game. That is also the only way that also Onyx and PNCR, despite even if they have a good performance, would be able to catch up, because they would need that gap to be closed, and it is a fairly sizable gap. And with only one game to go, it's going to be really difficult to do so. They're going to need about a 20-pointer to 30-pointer if Yakut do decide to, or well, do manage, should I say, that everyone wants to decide to live, but if they do manage to make it into those later phases.
They do indeed. We're just getting into phase 2, or almost the closing of phase 2 into phase 3 here. So we're just ending the early game phase. As we get into phase 4, that's starting to be where we kind of get that mid to late phase of the game going. And so this is the final countdown. This is where you want to be getting your foundation set up, get that position, choose your character, choose your spot, and you will be good to go, hopefully, if you've chosen correctly. So I'm gonna see a lot of rotations. Whoa, hello, saved it. Very nice from Futaba there. But I think that is one for the montage, doing a little bit of front end skipping on that road there.
I mean, I'm just disappointed we've not seen more flips. We saw it once, I think, on Miramar. We saw a lovely, was it around 1080? We got to see a flip around. We've also seen, I think that one time as well, where they crashed a car and it all went wrong in the open and they got picked off. So we've seen a couple, but there's not enough disasters. They need to become worse in car driving. We need to just forget the skills of how to drive.
Totally
All for the
agree
montage.
with you. Girls, get bad at driving.
Yeah, if they could just like move their driving skill into like the rotations and the other things that they could improve on for sure, or the team fighting, little micro adjustments they could make, by all means, let's transfer the driving skills into those areas, and then we can have more possibilities of failed driving montages. This is exactly how it needs to work.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how
absolutely.
Highland Wolf coaches you. You don't get any coaching on driving. Just everything
Yeah.
else. But the driving is you have to look good for the camera. That's the other part of it.
Yeah. It is definitely. As Women Moment did think to maybe push up there, that would have been a good spot for them, but the heat was just a little too hot to handle for them, and they're going to move on. I like that from them. You know, they don't need to really do anything with that. They can just move on to a different area. The zone will go their way. So I think the other teams are going to be preoccupied to the north side. Hopefully they can get a couple of pot shots and mainly play defensive for this. They could see a pretty good game coming in here. Interesting to note, though, Wolf, that the KYS and Before You fight that was happening, or was it Bonfire? It was Bonfire, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Bonfire here getting a little bit of a skirmish, around the Yasnaya Polyana, should I say, position. A woman also rotating back here to Yasnaya Polyana because the zone has shifted towards this city. The city also very capable, by the way, of holding a fair number of teams, even 7, 8 teams, 9 even, and they still wouldn't be fighting, only picking a certain angle for maybe one knock or two. There's so many different positions when it comes to Yasnaya. I really like the more hospital side here on the eastern end, before you are controlling this 4-stack, one of those crucial locations, especially as an entrance point in, that these teams can control. Often the only real way that teams can contest this location is opposite the roadside, right, where you can start to throw in the nades from the second floor, or you can start to look over onto picking off players standing up here on top of the roof. Otherwise, very strong location here for Before You.
It is indeed. Bonfire as well, looking to contest Onyx here, but I am seeing Slytherin and Wild Pixies both in the kill feed. They're two teams, again, that could use a few extra points. Oh, that could be a nice little nade. She does get it off just before getting a little bit too low health there, but that's going to be good to go. But Wild Pixies, what is happening with them? No! You just knocked your own player!
Yeah, I saw that on the elimination feed as well. It's not great from Bonfire. We'll just say that. It's Wild Pixies. Also, Lop. I mean, just the spray is not there. I'm just going to ignore what I just saw on my screen. As Wild Pixies are going to fall apart, I think, today. Thankfully, they had a really good performance yesterday at those final games, so they do get themselves also, I think, safely through to Phase 3 for another opportunity. Women Moments also going to find a knock there down onto Lakers. Curious to see how Women Moment are dealing. Still with 4 players on these other teams engaging back into Yasnaya Polyana on their return back into the city. Bonfire Female still defending all the while against here Onyx on the other side close to them.
Oh, this is interesting from $1 Million Babies and KMG. So we are looking at a solo on an off angle and 2 more in buildings. Not seeing too much going on from her teammates though, so it really is just FQ here as KMG decide to disengage. They do need to move to zone, though it goes to South Yasnaya. So, $1 Million Babies, I'd like to see them actually make a wraparound rotation. There's no way they're going to get through the city at this rate. So if they can choose a moment when the teams over in the police station or, you know, even just the north side of Yasnaya are busy with each other, you could see a nice little rotation coming in from them.
Definitely. Also, you can see that this really is quite a classic zone. I would say that it's ended up with for our final game here. It has gone to Yasnaya Fields. Of course, I've forgotten the specific name for it, but the craters, the dips that you have on the south of Yasnaya, and that is also really crucial. A location, if that is going to be on the southern end of the zone, to be able to hold. I think teams, as we start getting into the final skirmishes and those final fights, those positions really do become quite valuable with that low peak and that ability to hide away from those open flats that teams can be able to easily shoot you down from, because yes, it still is a bit of this Yasnaya in. Lakers going to be taking the shots through. KYS Virtue also going to find one of $1 Million Babies on their movement round. Razfa as well getting caught by KMG. It looks like they've made that move just now. It hasn't worked out for them. They are crashing. They are burning. $1 Million Babies down to 2.
They are indeed, but after that win earlier in the day, I think they're fairly safe now.
Oh yeah, they're for sure.
It's looking, they're fine. So they have done enough, even if they don't have a fantastic game here today. For this last game at least, they should be good to go. Women Moment, on the other hand, have much to play for. Do get the one, don't get the next, but quickly followed up. Oh,
yeah.
Wolf.
But yeah. Yeah, one moment has to go on the most giant killing spree ever that we've ever seen in the whole tournament to be able to pull out a 10th position here for themselves, which I think about says it all after 9 matches. One moment, as we said, we know that what we can do with a bit more practice. I really think this team could be able to pull through and challenge some of these other teams in the next season. They just have to really hone in on the essentials, I think. On these rotations have been really letting them down. But on the other hand, the team fights have been better for them. And I really do like this confidence that we can see on Women Moment. We can really see them starting to come a small bit into their own in these micro engagements. As you see, Onyx as well, another one of those teams that need these points. They need to really be securing some form of fights, and I'm hoping Onyx will be able to get those eliminations, because without them, they're not going to be able to surpass here Yakut, who are still in this game.
They absolutely are, and doing quite well as well. No points on the board, but they are full squad, which is a hot commodity when it comes to the final game. This is unfortunate from Women Moment. This is really unfortunate from them. They had Lakers basically in the palm of their hands, to be honest. They had a really good thing going. Lakers were trying to get those revives. It was just down to 1 at one point, but they've allowed them to get res back up. They had a duo. They could have 2v2'd it even once they had at least one knock back up. So just Women Moment, just unfortunately unable to kind of clean as efficiently as I would have liked. They just allowed that res, and then what are you going to do? It's a 2v4. So Lakers do win that one, and now they have a whole other fight. I mean, unfortunately for them, they only have Crystal and Kitty either side of them, so there's 2 solos, not the worst, but they do have PNCR ahead of them. How are they going to get into this zone?
This road really, again, is another splitter. This often happens when we come to these roadside finishes. We'll just divide the map into 2 here, so before you will have a nice position. It really is down to whether it moves away from that location. Again, Onyx and Bonfire Female are going to be in those little bit of the craters of Yasnaya fields, so they also are slightly stuck in their location for now. However, they will be able to move further forward later on. So I'd say the houses, should I say, of Yasnaya Polyana, but they will be able to move out with time. On the south, this side of craters is slightly out of play, should I mention here. So it will be a sense of these southern teams maybe looking more towards those hillsides that you can see on the southern western portion of the map. You can see here Lakers trying to move around to those more kind of side hills that you can see, take advantage of those and move in through those craters as we've been talking about into the zone.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they added these sorts of things to Erangel, because these fields were just fields, and then you added those little craters, those little bits of cover. It makes it a lot more dynamic to play with, which is always much more fun, you know? But KYS Delicia gonna be taking a big old knock on to, I think that was Yakut over there. So They're currently fighting it out on the edge of zone on the eastern side. Lisa going down to another great nade. Delicia with these nades, man, looking really good. It's just down to Soul Girl as far as I can tell. This should be where they push this, but they may be a little bit pressured by the rest of you cut there.
KYS Virtue as well, stepping up onto TPS inside the smoke here. Looking Kowalski for the nade in. How much damage is it going to do, though? Will be able to find one. That's Lisa back down in a big point of power for TPS is Slytherin. They too on this more easterly end, looking for an angle themselves into the zone. Not sure quite how they're going to have to do it. It's going to have to be maybe from this more northern entrance and try to find an angle through there. The southern side is just packed with players stuck in this sort of medium between the edge of the zone and these craters. That medium into the zone itself, and TPS Esports absolutely wiped from every angle the moment they step up.
Yeah.
Is Slytherin will finish that off. 8 eliminations for Slytherin, who are being quiet here, but efficient in their eliminations so far.
They absolutely are. I'm not entirely sure. They're on the other side of the road there, so a really good spot for them. KMG though, being that post of kind of just you don't want to be here, right? Just really being that outpost of foundation where they're really looking to make sure no one else gets in here. Even PNC are now going to have a little bit of trouble. There is going to be the DLR going on out there as we see them fall. The Lakers have also gone now. PNC are now having their turn of the spotlight as they continue to have their angles taken out one by one. You could now Falling Wolves.
And Slytherin, them too as well, going to be taking it down. KYS, as they will fall straight after taking out Slytherin. Pew is going to find a return. 6 eliminations for them so far in this game. They have a car, which is a really crucial position here. They haven't blown out tires. They can be still shot from underneath, as hard as it would be, and also could be exploded here. I like that they haven't gotten rid of it though. With the zone being so volatile in a position, they may still need to have made that rotation in later on. Onyx, hard to see them fall here in 6th position though. Yakut are out with 1 position, but 5 is not going to do it, combined with the placement points already there. But PNCR, this is potentially their opportunity here. 2 players alive. The zone, they're inside of it. KMG have the man advantage though. As that will not matter. 2 big nades, that will sort it. It's KMG. Almost a triple nade there, but 2 will be the damage enough, and now the zone gonna engulf them. PNCR, they just need to be careful here. They won't lose the players, and that will be them falling down. That's vital for PNCR to get these extra 2 elimination points on, but they need to survive. They need these placement points. It is so important that they do more in this game still. Down to 1. Is Sesha still looking to deny their spot in this game. They've got no healing left. They only have an energy drink, a smoke to their name, and it's a 2v1. They can't get out of this hay bale. They're running out of potential opportunities. The healing starting to come through, and just that tiny little bit. Whoa. They're going to dodge out an aid for now. Another one's being cooked, so you can see they will change back to the gun. Is now Slytherin also 1v1 position. KMG get another position. They get another elimination point. That's crucial, but they dodge out the nade. And now Blue, they wrote. Is it enough? We'll have to see. But they get 11 elimination points. That's a lot.
Nice.
We've got to see if it's enough, though, to be able to secure their position. It will be close. Before you, still alive here. And still crucially here, KMG with Slytherin. 3 3 teams alive. PNCR will not get a lot of placement points in this game. But before you are looking to continue to climb just that little bit more in the standings, Slytherin here to try find one more Erangel win. Before you...
Gosh, it's all very quiet now.
have the advantage. They've got 2 players this road. Oh my days. This is literally zero sneak right now. But they're making it work. I mean, surely as they get across this road. They got Pew Pew, they got the angle.
Got to see that, right?
If they get Pew Pew, that could be it. That'll be the extra elimination point before you. They might just take down KMG. They still got a backpack on. They really need to get rid of that backpack. That blue inside the grass is a dead giveaway. They get another one down. But the position has got to be there. Yeah, they can see them now. And that will be KMG taken away from the game. Before you, the extra woman advantage there, taking the game for themselves. Before you, looking strong. I think coming in when they do have these big games, they can really take it to the top teams in the lobby. Yeah. And that'll be another chicken dinner for them under their belt. Curious to see how all of these teams, so with that last chicken dinner, move into the standings and how those qualifying teams will fare, of course, into phase 3. Because now is where we start to see those teams who did perform and did get close to almost making it to the finals. So a bit of a tougher competition here for them as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, looking like some really spicy stuff happening in that final game. Very quiet, I gotta say. I mean, obviously, there was a lot going on, but there wasn't a whole lot of full sending. There wasn't anything silly going on. Every single team was playing, and I think that really comes down to the points being so similar. There was not a whole lot of gap between any of them, so they still theoretically could have done just enough before you getting 16 total points on that game. A very good game, solid game from them, very nicely played indeed. It's gonna do well for them. That just makes sure they're extra solidified in there, because of course they didn't really have any doubt that they weren't going to be qualifying for the top for phase 3 rather. So it was a nice bit of win for them. Nice little what's the word? Motivation. Kudos, confidence. There's the word, confidence coming in there for phase 3 coming up soon.
Yeah, Valeka also going to be able to get the longest elimination distance here in our final phase 2 game, 327 meters. Swiftly go through to the match rankings, 15 points for PNCR. I have a feeling it's still not enough. It's going to be so close. They really needed those placement points. If they got to the 20 mark, I would have said for sure they're in, but this is too close to call.
Yeah, especially I don't have the overalls with me at the moment. So yeah, it's really hard to say. It's possible, but it's going to be down to like 3 or 4 points, I got to say. So it's going to be a tough one for sure. Lakers, Onyx, even Wild there, particularly Wild, is going to be really heartbreaking for them. I think they've just missed out. But the player focus will be on Pew Pew from Slytherin. She's back, and we have our first 1,000 damage. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage going on there for Diakisheva. I'm sorry in advance. But yes, 3 eliminations for 1,000 damage. That's not a big turnover. So lots of just defensive shooting going on.
Yeah, you could really see it, right? Especially in those final moments. A lot of damage coming through. The eliminations did come through. Also to their teammates, 2,200 damage. I mean, KYS Virtue as well were also very much up there. These 2 teams, KYS should be their qualified. PNCR will be the ones still to struggle. We've got to see where they place. That is the most exciting and interesting thing of all of these teams, I think. They are the only ones to contest versus here Yakut, who didn't get any points overall. I think they got 1 point for placement, so that 1 extra point does create a little bit of a softener here. The heartbreak got to be here for White, as they will fall down. PNCR Destiny, 1 point. 1 point. You know, they're going to be kicking themselves, because that point, you know what it is? That is, if they took down KMG in that last fight, they get the tie, they get the extra placement points. That would have been it. That would have been enough. That one extra team wipe would have been enough. But it's not.
I'm in physical pain.
Yeah. 1 point, you could save it. Obviously, unfortunately, PNCR Destiny, GG's, PNCR Destiny, White Esports, Onyx Esports, NTX Lady, and Woman Moment. This is the end of the road for all of these teams. They will not be seen again this season, but it was valiant attempts. But for the rest of these teams, a lot of potential coming now into this phase 3. The top 5 eliminations at the end of our phase 2 will be set to topping amount, tied with PUBG for those 20 eliminations. Ara, Kitty, 18 to 16 respectively, and Kowalski still there in the top 5 with 15 eliminations.
GG's girl, Sasha, able to step it on up for keeping that premium spot to herself, but a really good job from all these teams. It's been so fun watching them. I think they just did such a great job. So much improvement, so much consistency across the board from a lot of these teams. And every single game, we have somebody different in those player focuses. So some really good individual skill as well, Wolf.
Yeah. Definitely the individual skills and the team focus, I think, has really improved. The team play, especially the team fighting, has really been something that a lot of these teams have been able to work on through these 2 days. Also, there has to be still some of these teams who, yes, have showed stuff on the first day, but really need to press down on the pedal when it comes to getting those points now phase 3, because all of those qualified teams, we'll see them next Tuesday, next Wednesday, where they will be starting again from 0 another time to have to fight through these teams to get it to the finals, where there they can compete for those $7,000 and 80,000 UC prize pool. You know, every single one of them are going to be fighting for that spot.
You absolutely do. Gonna be so much fun, Wolf. I can't wait for Tuesday and Wednesday. How about you?
Look, I'm excited. It's a stressful time, though, this tournament. I mean, you gotta admit, Natura, it's 8 days out of the last 10 that they will be competing. So also exhaustion will be something definitely to keep in mind for these teams, because it is a lot of games and a lot of tenseness coming through. Where the phase 3 teams, they've had some time to, of course, chill and study these teams also in phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I think, Wolf, that just about does it from us. We're going to have to skedaddle for the Monday, for our break, for our day off, and then we'll be back. Well, you'll be back, and we'll have somebody else coming in. We'll have Kay coming in, so super excited to watch you guys do that.
Yeah, we'll see what me and DK can do for the rest of the tournament. It's been all from me and Neptura. We'll see you phase 3 Tuesday evening, same time, same place, and have a good night, everyone.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.